Down that race.
We go ahead and get started here. Thank you. Hey guys. All right, well, thank you to everybody that joined the tours yesterday, and thank you for the minds that.
Actually.
Be very.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you for the Argo and the Phoenix for giving tour. Appreciate that. I think next year we'll look at the schedule and on where we're planning on having next year, where we can host it. We try to do it in kind of in the schedule as best we can. So anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for the online participants, the hardtack mine. Appreciate that. You guys getting on there. Welcome to the 2026 Timbers Mine Work Systems Workshop. Like I said, this is a round table. Get around, get to introduce yourselves. Get the opportunity to do a little bit of networking. We will have a couple presentations prepared by Hank and Tom on some of the changes and rules that we have, and we just want to emphasize that this year is going to be a building year for us. We're hopefully with these new rules coming into effect that we can work side by side with you. And, it's bound to have some kinks and twists in it that we're going to have to work out together, and hopefully we can get there in a reasonable fashion. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start with some introductions from our division, kind of get to know us a little bit. Then we'll turn around and do some introductions with you guys and have some discussions on some of the things that we can help you out with. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start. My name is Brendan Neal. I'm the Mine Safety Program Director. We are a training program. Tom and Hank typically go out and do training for miners. Mine rescue training, we do just different types of training. It is really what our main goal and focus is. Okay? Tours mine inspection is also another thing that falls under our wheelhouse. Okay, so, I've been in the mining industry for 30 years, 32 years, something like that. 13 of it's been with the division here. Prior to that, I had 17 years, a little over 17 years with the industry. Okay, so both Tom and Hank and I come from industry. We come from the coal side of things. I know you guys mainly deal with metal, okay, but over the last 13 years, we focus more on metal mines than we do coal mines. There's a lot of coal mines that are self-sufficient. We just go out and help with parts and pieces of it. So I feel that we are pretty diverse in our knowledge between the metal and the coal side of things. Okay, so feel free to utilize us for anything that you guys need as far as knowledge come out and back and help out with another set of eyes. Okay. And then I'm going to go turn it over to Hank.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see a lot of faces here. Some new faces I recognize. Most of you probably know me from the inspection side of things. Yeah, as Brandon said, one of the things we're gonna try to do this year is help you guys with a little bit of life system. I'm kind of designated the meter guy too. That's something else you might want to talk about today. The guys are having any meter issues. I'd like to help with that, but either during the inspection or if you're having issues, get hold of Brandon for myself. Saying that, all that stuff, that's something that you need or interested in, just let us know. Let it help. It's great to see you.
I'm Tom Rice, I'm with the state as well, go around and do our safety training and things like that, I'm mine rescue coordinator in the state of Colorado. We do a lot of, work training, Aspen, hosts us in November every year to do a mine rescue scenario type thing, and, we have a lot of fun doing that, so again, like Hank said, is going around doing mine inspections, and, I got a presentation that we're gonna do is just kind of give you a general idea on what we need to look at if you don't already know, which a lot of you already know, the things we need to be looking at, how we're supposed to be checking things. So it just makes it a lot easier for everybody to understand that that's what we're supposed to be looking at. That's what we're supposed to be taking care of whenever we do your own, mine inspection, okay? So again, it's, good to see everybody here. Quite true.
So before we go too much farther, I do want to let you guys know that we are being recorded. Okay, and it will be on YouTube. So if you guys want to go back and revisit this, it'll be available to you. Okay, so.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Cunningham. I'm the director of the Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety. It's great to see some familiar faces from last year. Just want to thank Brandon, Kim, Tom, and Hank for organizing this, for all their efforts in training and working with you guys closely. Also, just wanted to extend my gratitude to this group for the thoughtful engagement that we had during the rulemaking. I know it can be nerve-wracking when an agency wants to go through rulemaking, but I think we landed in a really good spot. We had some common sense improvements to the rules, and just really looking forward to our conversation here today. I was able to join for the Phoenix Mine Tour yesterday, so Jay, thank you for that. I really appreciate hearing about the geology and the history and about Dad's work on the mine. It's great. Didn't get a chance to make it up to the Yarborough, but it's on my list and I'll get there in due time. One thing, just real briefly, I want to put on everybody's radar as we're getting started for the season. This is something we've been talking about internal to DNR and for the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, which is that note the fact everybody, we're in severe drought this year, and with that severe drought, we're probably in for a very challenging wildfire season. So the conversations we're having are just about wildfire preparedness for our staff who are out in every corner of the state. And of course, I know you guys appreciate that as well, considering the location of a lot of these mines, which are in areas with high wildfire potential. So it's just something I would encourage everybody to think about, to have a plan for the tourists, for your staff. One resource that you may be aware of is an app that's called Watch Duty. Free, download it on your phone. It's a really great resource to keep on top of wildfires and the activity in the state. You can set up alerts. So if you don't have that, I highly recommend that. And aside from that, it's great to see everybody and looking forward to today's conversation. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jason Houston. I'm one of the active mine program directors with the division. So under our portion of it, we do co-regulatory and we do mine safety and training programs. So recognize everybody a lot from last year. You might recognize me from the rulemaking process that we went through. And ultimately, my job is just to rely on Brandon, Kim, Tom, and Hank. So make my job easier. Make sure life is easier as well. So it's good to see everybody.
Kim.
Sorry, I'm Kim, been here for quite a while, and glad to see good turnout. always.
All right, so just a couple of changes that we have coming. And I want to first and foremost give thanks to everybody that supported us on, requesting the additional assistance funding for, tourist mine inspections. And for another inspector. Fortunately, we were able to secure some funding for an additional, trainer / inspector. So thank you again for all your guys' support on that, okay? Hopefully, it was kind of a daunting process. I didn't really feel that I wanted to reach out to the mines that we're inspecting and request, support to get another inspector to have, to inspect more, but, you know, I was happy to see that you guys have seen that the significant or the increase in safety that would come from this. So thank you for that. The timeline for that with the state, that's gonna fall into our next fiscal year. So I mean, we're probably looking at getting that hopefully posted somewhere in July, 1st of August. You know, and then, so you probably won't see anybody much until the, you know, end of the fifth, or the state, or probably maybe October timeframe. But hopefully at that point, we can start kind of getting everybody acclimated with whoever it is that we are able to pick up and secure. So thanks again for that. Other than that, you know, the division doesn't have, or the mine safety doesn't have a lot of changes coming down. The big thing was the rulemaking, which you guys made that seamless, and thank you for all the support on that. You know, I'm sure, like Hank and I, and we all said that this year will be a building year, and we'll find some bugs and things like that that will work out. And as long as everybody's on the same page, and we can get through this together. Okay, so thank you for that. And as Tom said, we do a mine rescue training up at the Edgar mine, or up at the Smuggler mine every year, right around that first weekend before Thanksgiving. We're always open to, if you guys are willing to do some kind of mine rescue training thing up at your mine, you know, we can come up and throw a scenario together and just see if it logistically works. So, you know, I throw that out there every year. So feel free to reach out to Tom, myself, or Kim, or even Hank, and we can come up and evaluate. Okay? All right. With that being said, we're gonna go ahead and start doing some introductions. Okay, we'll start with Heather. How would you like to go?
Sure.
All right. So just a couple things, you know, tell us a little bit about your operation. You're at the Creed Underground Mining Museum.
Yes, I'm Heather. I'm at the Creed Underground Mining Museum. I've been the director there since 2023. It is owned by Mineral County. We are strictly a tour mine, built as a tour mine in the 90s, and bring in a lot of revenue to the whole town. So it's really great to be there. Definitely different than pretty much everyone else that is here at this table, but it's a fun place to be at.
How many tours do you do typically, do you know?
About 10,000 a year.
About 10 a year?
That's what my metrics tell me anyway.
Okay.
Most of those being, people between 18 and, 59, and then, veterans and seniors.
Okay. And you mind sharing how much you charge for?
Okay, so our, we mostly run an audio guided tour.
Mhm.
And we charge $10 for adults, $7 for students, 500 are free. Military and veterans and first responders are $7 and seniors are. For our live guided tour, which we offer only in the summertime by appointment, it is $20 for adults and $15 for students.
Okay. How do you see your 2026 work?
It's hot and dry, and most of our tourism is from the river.
Mhm.
See what we've got going on,
Okay.
but
Okay, so any challenges, anything that any of us might be able to help with?
no, our biggest issue is that there was a lot of things kind of left to the elements for a couple of decades, or just band-aided together. So my husband and I have a large job of taking band-aids off and putting real fixes on. And none of those are cheap. So just
Mhm.
lots of work, lots of baby steps, to
Yeah.
make big steps.
Well, I mean, this is a great place to find resources for, equipment and things like that, because we got a lot of eyes and ears and willing people to help out. So feel free to utilize it as needed. So, all right. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Mr. Jones.
Well, hi folks, Bill Jones here. I managed to get the date right, so,
Right on the 23rd.
beautiful visit to Aspen last year. I went down to the firehouse, nobody was there, it was very calm. So anyway, unfortunately, I couldn't stay. So we had the Old Hungry Gold Mine tour in Silverton. We're now on our 34th year. We're probably pushing close to the 500,000 visitor mark over that time. We average about 15,000 people a year. It does go up and does go down. We are expecting it might be a little down this year, typically when gas prices make a sudden jump that impacts Southwest Colorado tourism. It's pretty much a drive. Of course, we operate train with battery locomotives. We operate drills and mucking machines, things like that. And in the 30 some odd years that we've operated, we basically we wore the track out, and we had this last 4 years we've replaced all the rail and tunnels, heavier 40-pound rail, the 30-pound rail, which was actually virtually new in 1992. In many cases wore down to less than a quarter of an inch on the head of the rail. You use a lot of steel ties to keep things tight, and so that's been a big investment. Plus rebuilding all of the locomotives, a full rebuild on a battery locomotive with gearbox, wheels, etc. is around $30,000, and we fortunately have had a good stock of spare parts that came from the Idaho mine, but those are starting to be used up, so I can see, gears being fabricated from scratch in the future, things like that. So it's a very expensive operation. We do charge now $32 this year. We went up $2. Part of that is that we do gold panning, and one of the main things we put in the gold panning is silver shot, silver casting grain. It comes from jewelry supply refinery down in Albuquerque. We typically, very easy for the kids to find. It's not fool's gold, it's real gold. We do put some real gold in, not very much. Honest about it. The kids don't have the taste. But, we typically buy 125 to 150 ounces of silver a year. And guess what? That's gonna be kind of expensive this year. The price of silver been up 2 or 4 times. Luckily, we had an inventory from last year. So, no particular challenges. We have installed another telephone underground to try to meet the new regulations to have a phone within easy access. We were looking at doing a lot more signage underground. These may start out temporary, but ultimately we want to see, signs made out of aluminum with reflective backing you know, to show where the emergency phone is and where the exit to surface and that sort of thing. So, you know, maybe some of that will be done by the time when you folks come up to see, but it is certainly in the plan. The other day, I had photographs taken of me working the mine phone. We do use Control loudmouth mine phones. We've had great luck with them. They're 24 volt and stainless steel case. So we'll be putting up a sign with some photographs and, you know, arrows to, because, you know, they are a little tricky with the pager lever and that sort of thing. So those are some of the things we're looking at doing to come in with some of the new rules that, so that's pretty much where we're at.
Okay, when do you guys plan on opening?
May 9th.
And your guys are open, correct? Yes, thanks.
We normally run 5 days a week this time of year, but my husband decided to take a dive off of a 12-foot balcony last month. So we're only operating Thursday through Saturday. He's all right, he's just still hobbling.
Did he fall?
Not at the mine.
Okay.
We don't even have any balconies.
I just want to make sure.
No, not at that work. He was helping out a friend to put a railing on. He was holding the railing as the railing.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad he's okay.
Yes.
There you go. Hi, Mr. Parker.
We want to let's defer to Smith's house.
That's fine.
I'm our new top lander.
There you go. Everybody needs one of them.
We'll let Chris talk about it. Oh, Jesus.
Uh.
Sean, Butler, Mike.
Okay.
Wow, you know, that's true. Shit does slow down.
Fred's mother of mine and also helping Ryan over at the count. We all are. Did temper upgrades this over the past year. Did a bunch of electrical upgrades. I let Chris talk more about tours and volumes and money and all that stuff.
Okay.
But much status quo up at the smuggler. Rock and rolling. Summer is usually our busiest time, but we stay open all year long. We've been doing a bunch of work up at the comp too.
We forget the kids.
Kids.
Sister City.
Oh, Sister City. Do Sister City tours where kids are living here and kids from here living abroad. So, I got a group of 12 Italian students that'll come and do a tour. But anyway, still doing school tours. And, yeah.
You're doing great, Frank. Keep
Yeah.
going. You got a lot of work.
Great. Please, we'll get you doing what you do and have today's some more. Silver hits $125 an ounce. It's sparsy when you know we're some 1,200 ounce per ton vein.
There's a guy who needs silver.
Yeah.
There's the guys with a lot of silver.
Yeah.
If matched, maybe they didn't have it.
Cleaning out, spring cleaning, we've been cleaning all the steel out, put the McCall levels. Pretty much have it spotless now. All that ratty steel laying around, we can clean that up.
Got all our rail organized, crappy rail recycled.
And right,
Just getting organized. Yeah.
mainly a lot of cleaning, what we've been up to. In the last.
All right, so you're gonna talk about the price, so go.
They're doing great. I mean,
Ryan Chadwick, Optimized Mine. We've been, I've been trying to introduce a lot of tech, I guess, in our situation and also in other mines using LiDAR, cover map, and drone scanning. So we're able to create 3D models and find locations and stopes that haven't, follow maps and see where other levels lead without sending people there. So we've created a pretty extensive profile of the compromised mine. The interior work was best on the mountain using our map LiDAR scanning, and we got some other boys that were just an XRF job. I was on there. And right now, compromised mine is not open to the public because I'm currently sparring with the U.S. Forest Service. So if you have any connections there, I guess I can help. I would.
There you go.
And we're just keeping the mine clean and safe. And again, just utilizing technology to see where we can go and what's open and what could be open.
So for the 26 season, what is your projection if, I know a lot of it is pending on access and stuff like that, but
Yeah,
I mean, when you,
I don't think yeah, it's not likely it's 26, but there's currently trying to get a congressional land swap. So I'm going through those channels. And I'm getting the support from Congress to do that. And right now I'm just in the middle of that. So as you know, those take some time. I did meet the Forest Service on Friday with a potential special use permit. Maybe there's workarounds. So we'll see. I don't think 26 likely, but I'm shooting for 27 for sure. So that's why I keep the inspections and everything active and don't want to lose something that I can fight for later and get it back.
Tom's got a train as well, or locomotive with passenger cars,
Yeah.
so we can take that back in. It's ADA compliant, because we can load right in with a cabin, but when we get the Forest Services. But we'd love to have you back up with you, inspect the smuggler, to inspect the town.
yeah,
Keep those inspections current, so that
If it happens.
we're ready to go.
correct, yeah. We definitely will do that. Any needs that the group can help out with or?
Call for it, sir.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
You can make it happen.
thank you.
You know about the 1960s Act, the multi-use act?
No.
Forest Service, you should look that up. 1960, it's a multi-use, the Forest Service, that even with the same lease, you could have multiple uses. One's recreation,
Okay.
mining falls under something completely different.
Yeah,
But they have 5 things like timber, mining.
that's still active though? Do you know?
Oh, yeah, it's an act. Yeah, so that's the rules. That
You
govern them.
1960 US Forest.
Yeah, get your lawyers digging on that, it's under 1960s.
They failed to mention that.
Yeah, multi-use, that they have to allow separate uses and none have more priority
Even though
than the
on
other.
NOI.
It would mean that recreationally, that Aspen Ski Code cannot have the only special use permit for that area. They have to allow another equally. And if you're doing mining, it's just a whole nother side. It's not in the top 5 of that acts, but it's multi-use. It's definitely the Forest Service model. Land of many uses.
Yeah.
They've kind of steered away from that, but you used to see it on all their signage.
Right.
And that's basically what it means, is like timber harvest, recreation, but none have more priority than another. You just have to make sure that there's no conflicts between, like skiing and what you have going on.
I mean, I told them looking at maps in the building shouldn't be any different than hang gliding or throwing a frisbee or skiing or any other.
More complements each other, they'll allow it. But just, yeah, fully loaded. That's an actually good reference, but they are well aware of.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'll put these in the.
Yeah, multi-use is the keywords.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Cool, howdy everybody, John Baloo, sorry for the disturbance this morning. I'm a country boy. I got a laundry list of needs this year. The mine owners had me do a lot of rehabilitation work underground. And I need, if anybody's got any 18-inch gauge drill equipment, I'm looking to purchase some, for the underground. So, and any sort of artifacts, anything like that. So if you guys just have some junk you're willing to get rid of, who knows, I might look at it as a treasure. And then secondly, you guys, I'm struggling to find timber that's not gonna cost an arm and a leg. So if anybody has any mills that you guys use, would love to kind of connect and touch base to figure out if I can get some supplies. So been using steel sets, would like to transition back to timber just to kind of keep the authentic feel. So that's kind of all I got this year. So
What are you guys charging?
$48.95 for adults, $38.95 for kids. Chief activity is still gonna be the mine tour. This year though, our monster truck sleigh rides took off pretty good this winter. I think, lack of snow at the resort definitely did kind of transition to help us out there. Least popular activity is gonna be our scavenger hunt that we do. It's gonna be the least popular amongst the guests and the employees, but, those are $38.95 a head as well. So not sure if they're talking about increasing the prices this year or not. Wouldn't be shocked with all the work we're doing that they up their prices.
And how many tours did you guys do last year, you remember? Roughly,
All on my laptop. I would tell you in February, we were north of 35,000 guests.
so about 35 a year or?
I would say, yeah, the most I've seen in the last 6 years of being there, 5 years of being there, was about 58,000. So and that was during the pandemic, everybody was up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Perfect.
Brian Coughlin, I'm I guess, assistant manager for Emerson here. For Vic's gold panning and mine tours, but it's mainly gold panning. It's pretty minimal there, it's $10 a head. Even the tours are $10 a head, but it's, like I said, it's mainly gold panning. I like to say, like, our goals are probably just to keep doing like improvements around their housekeeping, plus maybe panning improvements around or build up the panning station a little better, maybe add a shade area or something for people so they're not in direct sunlight. Well, my main thing is to make sure everything's up to date on safety practices around there, like fire extinguishers, that kind of stuff, housekeeping, that kind of. Other than that, it's pretty low budget, low key. I couldn't tell you how many tours because it's really been like maybe like on two hands of my phone. Like it's that little.
Okay. Anything you need from us?
Oh, yeah, just the county, sorry, just to keep counting or whatever he needs, but yeah, really be looking in now.
I'm Jesse. The operation it started in 57 with mine tours and gold panning, but in those days, we were basically just mining. Mining the placer, so we don't buy our placer, we just have the dirt, lots of dirt, that's a lot of gold. The mine tours, we only do maybe a couple hundred people a year, charge $10, as Brian said. We spend a lot of our time rehabilitating and opening more areas in the mine for tourists. Getting more rain and cleaning up everything and, power washing the walls out so people can see things a little bit better, making some displays in there. There's Tom Jay using a black light in certain areas, when we find good areas, we stick black lights up. Our majority of it is for doing the rehabilitation, we get like constantly upgraded. So, but we're okay.
Most of the time people are playing in the creek, we also do like equipment rental, like you wanna rent a sluice, $20. And you can play in the creek all day long, but they're not gonna stop you. And, it's really low key. Most of it surrounds the creek, the business.
A lot of it's teaching people how to run the equipment, how to get gold, how to see gold. That's what we've been doing for all these years. We'll be celebrating our 70th anniversary next year. And, low key as we are, we're probably not gonna have a great big celebration. So, we get people that are interested, we don't do any advertising, we just sort of lay back. Fortunately, we were able to, push large tours off to people I know that have
very nice tours that they do. So if you got any information, you get it to me and we can send people to people that do large tours.
Yeah, we can get that. Are you guys open now, or are you guys open year round, pretty much? Yeah.
We still keep the pathways shoveled and all that, so in case it's smooth, somebody just shows up out of clear blue. Hey, we wanna do pan, oh, and then they change their mind because they're bored at the pan, into a door. Come on, let's go do the tour. It's like a history geology lesson, that tour. It's quick.
And then we do a lot of free,
Maybe 200 feet at the most, your tours in and out. Pretty basic.
we do a lot of free tours. Veterans, come up, got engineers, geologists, people that I can learn from, we can learn from, they're coming up. It's like everybody here, provide reminders all free as usual. I mean, you can impart suggestions, and that's why we like the inspectors. They say, we never got to do this, ought to do that. My biggest advice came from MSHA one time, and I had keep out authorized personnel only, and MSHA said to me, do you want me to go down there? I said, absolutely not. He said, well, get that authorized personnel off of there, just put keep out. He said, I'm authorized to go down in that. So that was one of the interesting things MSHA was, the funny thing about when MSHA first started doing their inspection, and our state right here is what helped train MSHA inspectors and help put MSHA together. They came and did some of the inspections on my mine just to get a feel, because it's a very low key operation. And, some of them inspectors are retiring now. So, kind of like me and Jay are getting to be the only ones around. But that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Greg with Capital Prize Gold Mines in Georgetown, Colorado. Don't see as many people as I'd like, with probably about 5,000 a year. It's already trending up this year versus the last 2 years were a little bit slower. So would compare that to like Breckenridge and some of their tourism board stuff they got going on. But winter being slower this year, I think we saw a little bit more people looking for other activities to do while they're up here on vacation. And it's nice to be open in the winter. We do more call for reservations, like a reservation system to be able to ensure we have a tour guides, the way I like to say it nicely. But a lot of the work I'll be trying to clean up, moving wood piles and trying to make a more suitable, for people to gather, congregate and panning. So can't get around panning, not trying to salt anything by buying gold or buying silver and throwing it in there. If they could get down to sulfides, I think they're learning how to pan. So that helps, just kind of have a station where they can play with it, little pans and sifting. And I try to think of it more like a river table. So if you can imagine what's going on in the river, you can see where the gold gets deposited. I'll send people down in Golden because you have a better chance at A-bar trying to find gold all the way down by Golden as opposed to up in these headwaters. It's a little tricky. We focus more on a hard rock mining type of operation. So we do get the panning question a lot and just can't get around gold and gold panning. The more I can teach about hard rock, the more they're blown away. So we got nice reviews where we beat their expectations. I think it's something real nice to offer. Another attraction, Georgetown, otherwise the Georgetown Loop very much overshadows us. And if they're not offering tours, we do see some overflow from that.
Jim, what do you guys charge?
30 for adults and 20 for kids. I'm waiting for that uptick to happen before I adjust price. I don't wanna adjust price and then see a downtrend.
Yeah, okay. And your 26 season, you're thinking is gonna be,
About 5,000. Somehow just trying to be more noticeable in town would help. Having the town support us would be nice. There seems to be more opposition than support. When it comes to just longevity in the town, there gets to be different dynamics, but, yeah, it'd be nice to have some like signage in town pointing in a general direction. So we're not right off I-70, but in the middle of town, we're just tucked into the hillside, so people get lost even when they're looking for us. They'll drive past the lake in like an opposite direction, and then come back and like find downtown. They can even find downtown in Georgetown. That's actually kind of tricky in itself. As you get off the highway, you get gas, hop back on. Georgetown's got some interesting work, you know, small towns.
They would probably fight you just to put some signs in that traffic.
Well, the roundabout, have a major design here, there are people with, just seems more like a truck stop. If you want.
Yeah. Got a point.
alright, anything else?
Paul's with Capital Prize, I'll let them.
My name's Paul Hanshin. I am right here with Capital Prize, gold mine in Georgetown, and also a former owner of the Country Boy mine in Breckenridge. That was 20 years ago, and I need to tell John, it was way before Jonathan's time. That's going on, connected to that, and I can let him know where, you know, my timber source was at that time. That was 20 years ago, so I don't know if the mill's still with me there or not. Because the Country Boy is chock full of timbers. It is full of timbers. Retimbering is a constant issue for that mine. But anyway, with the Capital Prize, by the way, this is our 10th year open for tours on this new kind of tours opening here that was open for tours for a period of time before that, before my time. I don't think Greg, you were involved with that too much with those guys. But anyway, 10 years now, open, and I think each year, as we get more exposure, more word of mouth, I think our numbers will keep going up. We have bucked the trends of lots of tourist businesses, particularly this past winter, are saying their numbers are way down. For multiple reasons, but you know, steam, that's a big issue. I heard that the tunnels was down 20% in traffic this winter. That's a significant number, but we were not down 20%, so that's a good thing.
You've made additions to signage as well with regulations and like exit signs, fire extinguishers, phones, things like that, just to be noticeable.
Sure, thank you. Anything else? You're up.
I'm Chris from the Smugglers. Trying to remember what these guys were talking about, but last year we started a transition on the tour operation over to Elk Mountain Expeditions. They currently lease ground at the Smuggler. They have a separate, office gal that answers the phone. They're making strides advertising the Smuggler. So anybody that calls that number, they get somebody on the other end of the line. So last year was an experiment with them to see how it would work, how the numbers would work, if they could sustain themselves, as far as, because they have to pay employees, whereas in the past, they're the guys.
This is the way you get a guy, but it's smuggler, in case anybody's interested in joining.
Yeah. You get a tip, it's a big tip. So anyways,
unfortunately, James and Stewart, those guys aren't here with us today. They were with us last year and 2 years ago when we were down, in Tinka. Anyways, we're working with them on that. Last year, we didn't charge them or take a percentage of their profit. We want them to be able to figure this out to where it makes sense for them to carry on and for us to just oversee the operations. Big thanks to all you guys, Brandon and Tom, for last fall's mine rescue training. That went off really well. There were a lot of people. That was good. That was a very fun weekend. But anyways, to the tours, they ran about 600 people last year. We charged $50 a head. We did, trying to think, we may have done 150 people on our own besides them, because we still have clients that come back and either want Jay or John or Fred or myself to take them underground. So, last year we redid the wiring in the smuggler, cleaning up. Winter, we are open year round. And this winter saw a little bit of an uptick because as weird as this may sound, 70% of the people that come to Aspen in the winter don't ski.
What?
Correct. And they come to shop. Because they can go to Fendi, Gucci, and Prada, and they can spend their hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so it's kind of a strange ratio, you know, when you have 70% of people getting off the plane have no intention of buying a ski lift ticket. So, given the snow conditions, those that were buying a ski lift ticket were also looking for something else to do. So, had a little uptick there. It was great. Not having snow, plowing was good. Well, you know.
I did
But-
think I plowed mine once.
I don't think so. And we also have a certified snow dump on property that we've always used as a secondary income for clearing parking lots in Aspen and condominiums, and that was off by about 95%. Yeah.
A snow storage.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, we went from being about a $15,000-$20,000 a year snow dump income to about $1,600.
Probably get what, 500 dump trucks in there in a winter?
In the winter.
In a winter, if we,
I think we got 19 this
we
week.
push it, right?
Anyway,
80 to $100 a dump truck load of snow, it's pretty good.
Wow.
so anyway, upticks on some,
Wagging the dog's
big
tail.
losses on others.
They do electric.
This summer, they had talked about the Sister Cities program. Aspen, I think it has 8 sister cities around the world. And what happens is we exchange our kids for theirs. So in Japan and in Argentina, and our kids will go spend a month with families, and then those, we reciprocate and bring the kids to Aspen. And they stay with the host families. We've been doing that for many, many, many years, and we'll get Shimokop, we'll get Chamonix, and we run all those kids up at the mine. Kids, we charge $10. This fall, we ran about 380 school kids and ran them through. But we got asked to do a kids program. They were studying the children that got trapped in the cave in Indonesia. The ones where the rain picked up and they were trapped in there, and actually put them to sleep, clear them out. They were studying this and they asked us, can we do this? And these kids had already been through the smuggler. So
I kind of set up a little bit of an off piece, and for those of you who've been in the mine, from the back of the Clark, we can crawl over a few piles, and we get into what I call, the catacombs. And there we can get total darkness. So we would bring the kids, make them crawl, and bring them back in there and put them in total darkness. And the teachers would talk to them about, how do you feel? How do you feel if you were here for 10 days? And so on and so forth. But right there, we have the ladder that goes up to the potable. So when we were done, we could march right back out onto the number 2 and bring them out real fast. And it went off really well. We figured we'd have kids right away. Every single child went through. And that's all they talked about when they got out of service. So we may be adding that to our school tour. Are you sure? So what else? Hoping this summer will be good. It's gonna be an interesting summer. I'm not sure how many people are gonna be flying into Aspen. I know next year we have a bigger hurdle because our airport shuts down.
Wow,
Really? Being closed for a year and a half.
Rebuilding.
Yeah, they're rebuilding the entire airport.
Everybody's gonna be acting
Rifle here, they come.
150 million.
Oh, yeah, let's just shut down completely.
Oh, you guys don't get any help from the town at all, to like the area for, there's no for happening.
But very private. Yeah.
Sounds like you guys need to get those.
Revamp down. It is definitely an airport. Money.
Look for a year and a half, they've been out.
Year and a half. They gotta figure out.
Get this going on.
Get some little less heavy roads.
But not red.
Maybe that rail would be a good idea to be proposed about 50 years ago. Anyways, and we're working with Brian to compromise underground, do a little high grading, things out. For me, it's like going back in time. I helped reopen that in 1985, and built the building in 86. But anyways, it's kind of fun. We go back and forth across the valley and, we'll see what the summer brings. I know that Elk Mountain is wondering where they're gonna be rafting. I think their fishing operation is gonna take a big uptick for a while. And I think the rafting may just disappear for this year.
Wow.
Entirely. Well, the problem is, I don't know if any of you have been looking at the Colorado River drainage, snowpacks, but the highest pack is above the Green River, Flaming Gorge. They were 42% about 2 weeks ago. Lower San Juan, 0. Upper San Juan, 14%. Colorado is barely hanging on to 15 to 18% right now.
I understand the arena in Dillon is closed due to lack of water.
So Lake Powell, Page is the only place you can put in a boat, and they're only 7.5 feet from closing.
Wow.
So
They're draining the entire KFI main, sending it all down to Denver.
they are,
Yeah, they're sending everything down to Houston.
yeah. So we're wondering when they're gonna take Flaming Gorge to back up Powell.
They already said there,
Then what's happening?
as an issue there.
They're starting.
Yeah, so-
So, this summer, Powell will probably hit Little Pool, which will shut down the turbines. Who knows if they will ever be able to run again. Yeah. But anyways, that's a little off piece, but gonna be an interesting summer, to see where tourism goes for us. So, any questions? What did I miss? I missed a lot.
Well, as far as what they were asking, I think you know.
We also do that's the offsetting.
Oh, well, we do, yeah. So this year we have two major events. We do major events every year. We're only allowed 3. County kind of stomped on us a few years ago. It's, you only get 3.
You're working some billionaires.
Why?
You know, so Ski Company is one of them. They used to do, they got rid of Brady Lowe, who was Global Fire. They think they're gonna do it all in-house this year. It'll be interesting to see how it turns out. But, we leased the property for a 1-week event for $30,000. So they come in, they have 7 days to set up, conduct their event and leave. And then last year we had a backup from, the Aspen Physics Institute. They rented it out and, their reviews came back so strong, they re-signed up last year, 30 days after they left for this year. And, so it looks like we're gonna be doing a week's worth of tours and they're gonna hold seminars up there where we put up the tents. So that'll be a good one. Aspen Art Museum has moved off for this year. We're not gonna see them. But we have done 2 underground art installations that had huge reviews. People were just astounded by what we did underground, so. So yeah, so we have events, we have one left, so if anybody knows anybody wants to throw a big party. You know,
Wedding.
send them our way.
July wedding.
But, we have definitely had to diversify to a lot of different things to help pay. But keep it open.
Any year you don't have to write a check to keep the mine open is a good year.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Brandon, any questions?
No, I think that was it.
Excellent.
Checked all the boxes.
Okay.
There you go. All right. Let me move here.
What? Oh, yeah.
I'm Rusty Loudermilk. I'm, one of the managers at the Heidi. I'm a member of, Front Range Mine Rescue. And somehow I got bamboozled into being the president of the Cross Caribou Promise Foundation. That's gonna bring back, Miners Day, in Netherlands. We're shooting for September 12th. I wanna get, a booth or something with all the tourist mines together. So if anybody wants to put me in a booth or something, or give me the rack cards, and, we're gonna try and promote that. And then just kind of bunch of stuff. We don't even know everything that we're gonna do yet. But we're hoping to get a little bit of, drilling competition, promote mining, that kind of stuff.
Did you want to speak about that now, or did you want to?
Sure, that's about it for that. We're still in the planning stage. If anybody has any ideas or wants to come up on the 12th and promote or do something or sponsor something, let me know. I'm also loosely associated with something called, Career Invites. Ken Patel's putting that up. I asked him to come up here today. He's got to travel. They're promoting, mining, electrical careers, things like that. What started that out is they went to a bunch of schools and they said to the kids, well, what are you gonna do when you get out of school? And they're all like, well, I'm gonna go to college. What are you gonna do in college? I don't know. And so, well, what if you could get a career without, so much college and things? So that, what would you do? And they're like, well, I don't know. So they're gonna go to a bunch of schools, talk about mining, electrical, some other careers, things like that. And, he's gonna start a page on their website for, the tour mines. So I've got some literature here, Ken's, email and phone number on the bottom here. You want to be on the, career invites, page. And hopefully it's gonna bring us a bunch more school, tours.
Have you heard of the Skills USA program that's in Colorado high schools right now?
No.
It's all about, getting kids involved in trades versus just sending them off into college to waste a bunch of money and then decide they don't want to do that for the rest of their lives.
That's very much what Careers
And
Rights is gonna do.
so I know like started doing,
Yeah, he's doing that. He's talking to Mike Crawford. What was it?
it's called Skills USA. And a lot of the Colorado high schools are participating in it and they just had like a big statewide competition last week.
I think Ken knows about that.
Yeah, and it might be worth reaching out to some of the organizers for that, or even your, some local high schools, if they have the program, to see if any of the students would be interested in helping out with the event, because it's right up that alley. I know I have the local skills. My high school's skills class is currently making signs for me. They all the signs in the museum.
I like this. When I see Ken again, I'll talk to him.
Rusty, are you tied in with Riley now?
Very
Riley's
loosely.
now the manager and everything up there, Cross Caribou and everything.
Yeah, loosely. We're separate. We're affiliated with Cross Caribou, but we're
You're saying,
separate.
you just contact him. for it.
No, I've got right.
Okay.
I should talk to him yesterday.
All right.
Yeah. I've got all that. So I've got some papers here. It's also, if anybody's interested in going up to, some schools that are talking about mining, whatever, I've got some, things here. He's looking for that.
Okay. Great.
Well, my father did all the talking yesterday, so I figured I'd pull my weight. So Phoenix Mine, mining group coach, so I handle anything quote unquote like front of house, so employee, guest scheduling, marketing, payroll. If you think of it, I probably have some involvement in it. So as of people, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but Brandon, I can probably email you.
If you wanna know.
Yeah, if you want.
I mean, it's more just run.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I rely on the computer, it's probably a little too much, but,
There's a lot of people.
yeah, it's a lot of people. Otherwise, obviously, like most of you took the Phoenix tour yesterday with him. We're charging 28 for adults and then 22 for kids. 3 and under are free. That tour is open year round with panning. We have like underground panning options that you probably all saw, since our creek kind of freezes over in the winter, believe it or not.
Not so much.
Yeah, I know. So it's like, yeah, forever. But then during the summer, we have our Centurion train ride in Dark Moon Fork. So we have an electric locomotive, an Alice K2 3-ton that will take to and from the Centurion client. And so that's the dark tour. That shows people a bunch of cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, anything you want to add on?
Well, the train ride's not an underground.
Yeah, that's all.
So there's something that's really involved in it. The equipment, so. Some mind at least together. What else have we got?
Did we say everything?
Dave, any challenges, anything you need? in mind?
Well, I really do appreciate your. Years, they've done an excellent things and such. And I do see a few things that we need to upgrade more such. I always look forward to the inspectors, you guys coming up and talking our recruiters of our staff. You don't see, we don't see anything. We always try hardest to ensure our safety is on the stand. We used to actually run this place. And because of that, over the years, just seeing the accidents that happen to the friends and such. Safety is really important. But we don't see it all. So your agencies for me to
Thank you.
We need a better place for the school buses to turn around.
They get some big buses up there on the press when I go down the lower.
How are they gonna turn around?
Yeah, we got a turnaround spot, up by the Centurion.
Oh, yeah, I seen it, I'm just kidding, I'm
Oh,
always
yeah.
impressed on that, like, but yeah.
Well, now people are bringing like coach buses out.
Right, that's what I'm saying, like, that kind of stuff.
I'm like, yeah, I wish I had that. Like,
I'm impressed. Yes. Making sure locals don't come flying through there, right?
Well, fortunately for us, the population lives up in Kane are very friendly.
Good, yeah.
And they're good neighbors and they're very patient. So we have a sort of a friendly mutual help them. It's kind of a nice neighborhood.
Up on Miners Camp, up that way.
Yeah, even, well, most of them, there's quite a few houses up there.
You're getting off of Myers County.
You know, if you're nice to people that do this to you.
So you guys, then predictions for 26, feel like you're gonna have.
Well, do you wanna talk about that?
I mean, we're worried about rafting because who knows if what's that's gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, I'm expecting it'll be like this winter, have an increase. People are just gonna be looking for other stuff to do, which would probably include us.
You know, what's interesting is that this winter, we've got an uptick in wax. But, it could be, I'm not sure what the summer results.
Yeah.
But, you know, last few years, we've actually, when we took over the business, our number of count increased, then it kind of leveled off. I think there's a maximum amount of people that are really going to. But I don't know. We have no
The
expectation.
train helped, I like the train.
Yeah, okay. But anything we can do for you or the group can do for you?
No. I'm glad we're getting together. Just talking about such things, but, you know, you folks do so much of it, so I'm really glad you didn't know this.
Yeah, and yeah, we'll get out there and get some inspections in and stuff like that. And like I said, once we get an additional trainer, that's gonna help us a lot. I mean, we're so booked right now that we ain't even gonna do that.
Yeah, the one thing that we can actually really afford to get a inspector is Susan. Because, you know, we're hoping on your own. And, it's awfully easy to not take something to go, you know.
Yeah.
Like I said, most important thing to me is having a great place. Make sure we're not missing something.
Well, we are judging, so we'll be happy to come up and point out your mistake. The least we can do for you. Okay? All right. We'll look at our calendar and see when we can get somebody up there. Thank you. All right.
George, sweet, 37 years ago, I went up to the Phoenix and met Dave sitting on an LHD inside the West Corridor. We just started a month that outlet, Alamos. Fell in love with the family and the mine. I've been the perennial hired gun ever since. Friend of the family, Grammy and I been and help out one way or another. I'm trying to keep my learning button on open all the time. It's just been fun. It's deep in the blood. It's a hobby, but I couldn't turn loose of it, so I'm just a hired gun.
Perfect.
Dave Narvo, guide and manager, Heidi Gold Mine Tours in Central City. We run underground tours, take you in 650 feet, down a couple flights and stairs to base. Give you some tools and let you beat away the rock. Take yourself hungry. I believe we're still the only one that lets you take them.
You won't let us in.
Yeah, well, officials, officials then.
Show up on your
Sure,
shoulders,
this
right?
here's Mother Mine Company. We run anywhere from 2 to 120 people a day. A little bit more when there's school tours. We get up to 100 at a time. And run them through the mine, give them geology, on the gold pan. We have created a flowing stream in the front of our property that we do gold panning in. It's a mixture of Home Depot sand and crushed up ore base mine. So it's got a bit of gold in there. Can't see it, but it's there. And we teach them the process of how to do it. It's $35 for adults 25 for kids 4 to 14. Anybody under that's free. Anybody over that, an adult. And for an extra $10, you get the panning included with the underground tour. If you do panning all by itself, it's $20, so you get a $10 price break for doing along with the tour. We're well received. We consider ourselves to be the premier boat line tour. And we have great fun doing it. Kids in particular is wild about it, especially when you hand them a hammer and a jack and let them whack on the rock. They really get into that. What else? I want to Chris will probably embellish a lot more. Working familiar.
Yeah.
But we've
Long downhill, Chris.
we've always had a safety training program with new incoming guides and border watch people, but we're now codifying it to where there is a paper trail, so that you can see that we have been doing this. Just response to the new upgraded rules of how you want to do safety. We have phone systems throughout the mine. Each phone has a card of how to operate it. We don't necessarily demonstrate it to the people, but it's very clear as to how you operate that phone. You pick it up, pull the handset, hit the button, call or help, and come running. Plus, we have a plastic vent pipe that goes throughout the mine. If there was a catastrophic failure, the ready to blow up or something, we tell them to find that pipe and follow it to the outside. It's very simple, cut and dry. You really can't get lost in the hiking.
And the stuff that works.
Yeah. So that's my bit.
Okay.
Dave, I'm one of the managers at the Heidi Gold Line, also part of Colorado Front Range Mine Rescue. I'm the president of the team. For you guys in here, if you wanted to keep track of fire this year, there's an app on, it's called Watch Duty. They actually do windage. They also do project maps. And this is done through incident command from internally in the United States. So this does the whole entire US. But what this does, it gives you mapping where they're looking, anticipating, possible anticipation of growing of the fire. This is all sitting on, it's a pretty easy map for what we do. But you say, why do that? How many of us live near any beetle kill, like really bad? This is something you need to pay attention to, because up here right now, being the dry conditions made it worse, but now everything is really getting tender, and if we get any major heat waves, it's gonna get rubbish. That affects everybody. So as I said, it's called Watch Duty. It's an app for iOS and Apple, both of them have it on there, and I usually track it. This also tracks into Colorado Search and Rescue. They get involved in that too, so.
They have access to the site you showed me with the license in the area, or is that?
That's Colorado Search and Rescue.
Yeah, never mind that. All right. There's other cool stuff you see, but. Yeah. Okay.
So I will bring it up. Anybody heard of Cal Topo?
Yeah.
Cal Topo has a search and rescue side of it. It does LiDAR on top of your old topographical maps for the whole entire United States. They're doing, and what's cool, you can enhance LiDAR. And I put the old topo plus, so you can put the vegetation on top, and you can actually see where the shafts are. A much of most mountains up here. Yeah.
Down to the dimpliest prospect, and right through the grass and weeds, really impressive.
Microsoft had LiDAR for the map as well. So like you can really see where the diggings are.
You can even see underground, underground. I don't know how far underground, but the ones they did up in Leadville, you saw the holes, which you knew where they were anyway. But then you see this little faint line going over to another hole. Well, that was there's underground, there was an underground drift, and they show up on the LiDAR. That's the magic that.
Yeah, from what I've seen lately out of light, I said, boy, that's gonna change mine. There ain't gonna be nothing left. Sorry, next year. You gotta do. Chris Stone, Heidi Goldmine, it's coming on 26 years in the Heidi Goldmine. Managed to start in 2020. A little bit before that, came around back to Colorado. I was born out here, went to California. Came back, started in mining with my uncle and couldn't shake it. Never went back to my day job, which I guess originally was teaching. But I've done 1,000 different occupations over the years. Heidi's been frankly doing pretty good. We sort of saw, no surprise here, we were a direct reflection of the Phoenix, I think. In that the snowpack originally helped us, and then we started to get a lot of calls, people literally just canceling their trip. We're not going to Colorado, but snow did come in and now we're not here. And then in the same thing, I'd also thought about that. I really think there's going to be a lot of kayakers pushing into mine tours this year. I've staffed up an extra person as best as I could. I just think at least in the Front Range, it's going to be a little bit busier than it's been in the past. I think people are getting to know us more. We're getting a lot more publicity. There's a lot more television shows. And then a couple of them, the kayakers are just going to be in Raptors and such are going to have a really tough time selling. I anticipate the same thing, that we're going to have kind of a reverse. The whole state may go down, but mining tourism may see a little bounce. Needs and wants greatly satisfied. Same echo. I know it stinks you guys don't have the extra guy yet, but if we could really get an early inspection, we're close, and the earlier the better as far as I'm concerned. An inspection before everybody comes up does a lot better than an inspection after everybody comes up. There's the potential incidents already gone by, and there's no proof your mine was in compliance other than your 2025 data. So that's a bummer. I did get my letter in though, so that's go team go.
Go team go.
Yeah, go team go is the spirit of it. It's great working with you guys, all four of you. Thank you very much right down the line. Mr. Cunningham, everybody. I thought it was a really good process that we all kind of learned a little bit, we all grew a little bit, and we all settled on rules that I think just like 20 years ago are going to go again 20 more years, hopefully even longer, without a single incident. And as much as it was a tragedy, it wasn't the rules necessarily. It was a rule we not adhered to necessarily. So all I'll say about that, it's a sad situation, hit a little too close to home. I'm sure a lot of us feel that way. Bill, also, thank you again. Nice to see you face to face. Ryan, or everybody that really jumped, everybody in this group, thank you very much. That was all I had to say. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't, again, over-reliance on the computers ruined my take for numbers. You've already got the prices from James. But anything else, I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I will leave it to our esteemed guide from yesterday.
You're here. Chief Rose from the Argos, I took my tour yesterday. Thanks for coming, that's awesome. Let's see, just a little history about the place. 1976, Jim Maxwell buys the pit place to preserve the history and all of that. 4 years later, a big belch of effluent comes out of the tunnel, and he says, "Oh crap, now I own a Superfund site." So I kind of put the kibosh on things that he started back then, but 2015, Mary Jane bought Poland by the place, same reason, preserve the history. Started doing tours at that point. So we are doing $30 adult, $20 children, 7 tour slots a day. Soon to double thanks to the gondola, Mary Jane's other brainchild. That's going to supposedly bring in hopefully about 500,000 people a year. So we're going from about 37,000 visits to 75,000. So we're doubling our time slots and just figuring it out as we go, because it's going nuts there. Now, of course, y'all took my tour yesterday, our tour. Not a whole lot of time spent underground in the tunnel there. So luckily the powers that be that keep that bulkhead going, the water being treated, they keep it nice and safe in there. But our tour flow, you start with a video, give you an overview, drive you to the top, you check out the tunnel, we tell you the story of the accident and why it's there and what it serves, the purpose it serves. Then down through the mill, and you finish up at the museum. And what we're working on is trying to figure out how we're going to half-an-hour time slots. So we're gonna maybe have people check out the museum, watch video, go on up. When we have gold panning at the end. So far, they're telling me it's still 24 karat, and you get 2 pieces in there. But we'll see how that goes with prices and all that kind of thing. So that's kind of the flow of the tour, but we're thinking about like having them check out the museum, then watch the video, then up and through gold pan. If they want, they can hang out in the video to kind of mitigate. Well, right now we're just, again, trying to figure it out. So, that's what we've got going on there.
How many steps?
Knew that was coming up.
22. I counted them, there's 22 on the staircase from hell.
But
Yeah,
we're
talking-
all the way to the top. You want to.
Over at the top, I haven't counted all those stairs, but I can tell you it's 70 feet in elevation. Bottom of the mill to the top.
Survivor.
That got me.
Hey, I never know. I warned you.
No, you're, what a trooper, what a trooper.
Other than that, it was a good tour.
There are shit piles of stairs. That was a bunch.
We just have build a big elevator for you, sit in the bucket, it'll bring you.
Well, I would wonder if I got halfway, finished, sorry.
Good job, proud of
The
you.
mini Argo, meeting Argo.
Gravity helps.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Oh, gravity's the help.
Yeah, gravity helps.
These start all apart.
Put me in the skin, just
Yeah.
loose on each section.
Put them in.
There.
There. So if you guys are the ones responsible for the safety in that tunnel, y'all are killing it. There's a rock bolted and netted right up in there.
So what's your biggest challenges right now? You got a lot of them.
That's been, the parking,
Finishing the parking.
it would be number one.
Figuring it out.
Yeah.
And that's the entire, if there's anything that I'm hearing complaints about and worries in the community. It's definitely a concern. I know in the original plan, they were talking about maybe a 2-level parking garage where our parking is right now, but I hope there's something that's not letting it happen easily. And that's beyond scope of, where I'm at in the organization, but that would be the number one, to just get the thing open. I know that's not everybody's mind. We had to postpone the opening of the ground the last couple of weeks. The construction, it's just,
What is the gondola ticket cost? What's the price?
the ticket, they're shooting at about $40 for the day. For the ticket for the day, yeah. Now, don't quote me on that, sure.
They told us
When
yesterday.
you say for the day, does that mean like? That's the people.
Like a lift ticket.
The mountain bikers.
Yep.
Okay.
I was gonna say, there's people that are going up and down, that thing has gotta be like.
Yeah, and it's multi-use, there's the music venue up there, it's free events, it's, really, I've been in Idaho Springs for 30 years, I fear change. And I'm not just saying it because I got a job there a year ago. What a great use, I mean, our motto is super fun and super fun, so. Maybe realistically, unless you play frisbee golf, then you wanna go over to Russell Gulch, or you're just into the mining. You really have no reason to go up there, but until you go up there.
You don't wanna.
You go, my God, I mean, it's, oh my God. It's like, I have no idea, in 15 minutes, I can see these.
I lost all my drivers there. Everything got about it.
But, yeah, so stay tuned. It's definitely a work in progress.
Hey, they were in chairs yesterday. We know he was on it. It was spinning wheels. So it's close.
Brandon? What do you think about that brochure we had years ago listed every mine that you guys put out?
So we visited that. And we had some pushback, so that got pushed back on us. just because of the person that we had do it last time there was some question on whether we could use them again. So then, that's kind of where we're at now. And, you know, cause he was all on board about going in, reaching out, getting updated contact, getting updated photos, doing that again. So it fell definitely on us because of whether we had a contract for that scope of work, so. We'll look at picking that back up, but yes, that is
Well,
a
it's a
great.
great way with people, yeah, when you're done with your tour, they ask if there's more, you just hand them the brochure. I think all of us in here gone through everybody's mind at one time or another. And they're all fascinating. The history is huge.
Geez, Chris, how many years ago was it we started?
Oh, they're all there. Go down, I remember.
What do you say?
For capital prize.
Follow-ups on that. On the state websites, do we have the mine tours all listed?
There's the brochure is on there, yeah.
If you're a bit of an internet detective, you can even find it.
Yeah, I mean, we can find it, yeah, but it's.
Yeah, that's where.
It's a little funky to get to, but yes, it is on there.
Yes, I think that come up before, Colorado has, a tourism office, and they have websites. Their way, the two agencies can sort of put some of this mine tour stuff over on the Colorado.
Or even better, if you can get those guys to send you a grant of some sort to do it.
They're kind of, I'm not sure what's going on with it. We used to advertise in the official state vacation guide, and then all of a sudden, they never sent me anything, and I couldn't figure out who to contact, and no emails were answered. So we're not in it anymore, so
Yeah, so on our website, just looking at it now, it does have a list. It identifies all the tourist mine by region. Yeah. So, but the brochure, that's still on there. So someone could go on and print it out. The branding point, I think, unfortunately, because we work for the state, so we have to utilize state resources for anything. And so the old contract we had for these went through a third party. State requested that we utilize state resources. And so it would be a matter of the state company that utilizes this to make sure we get the brochure how we want it. Try full information, kind of thing. But it's something that we've looked into since we were told utilize this.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like everybody's excuse, you know, you get busy and it kind of falls in the back burner and.
well, and online is sort of really supplanting brochures. In the nineties, we used to print 125,000 brochures. Now we print 35 to 50,000. And it's, but, all that complements each other, you don't want to just do one thing or just one thing. When you have two things, both things, online print, that's where you get the best,
Yeah.
So, the prison board does, you put in mine tours, they do list several of them. One's not the smuggler though. I mean, you got Heidi with a photo. You got Molly Catherine, which unfortunately, Country Boy Lebanon. Then they go to Denver Science Museum and they take other tours, or the Bachelor Syracuse, Old 100, Fargo, Phoenix, Capital Prize, and Lab Chance. The rest of us.
They provide like the information little booth in the middle, like Aspen, like right in the middle. And they do all the hot springs and everything else.
After we start.
You can't put your brochures at the state visits. That does our last time.
Yeah.
They're very much wanting to.
All right, so yes, we will pick back up on it. probably gonna be sometime when we get another, trainer, but we'll pick back up on that and try to get it, solidified as well. I think we have the hardtack mine.
Yeah, good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, let me make sure my speaker's up as loud as it'll go.
Okay. This is Buffy Witt, and I'm representing Hardtack Mine. I am co-owner with my folks, George and Beth Hurd, who are still keeping on. They had some appointments today, so I am here representing them. We are a small, literal mom and pop operation in Hinsdale County, Lake City. I think we've seen most of you through our tour. I'm sorry to miss the Argo this week. That sounds like so much fun. I'll have to get up there for sure. Our tour is a 45-minute guided tour. We like to tell a story about a day in the life of a hard rock miner and some history of our area. Our tunnel is 428 feet. We have 10 displays. Our tours cost $16 for adults, $11 for kids. We definitely look at increasing those prices, but it's hard because every year we think about how expensive it is for people to travel and have something to do that's actually affordable. So let's just say we don't do it for the money. See, it's our 29th year. Isn't that exciting? 29 years. Holy smokes. We saw about 2,500 guests through our mine tour last year, and we're only open mid-June through August. Our biggest challenge is our biggest strength, and that is that our tour guides are two of the most iconic tour guides ever. People come back, they bring their kids back to see our tour guides, Billy and my dad, George, who are both 80. And Billy's son, John David, and myself try to fill in the gaps, but we're nowhere near as cool as them. But it's a long day for tours for our older guides. So tour guide help is definitely a challenge for us, but as you all know, it's a very specific type of job description, and it's hard to find the right people for that. So we just hope that that works out for us. So yeah, so that's a challenge. Had a quick question for Brandon and the State Gang. I did look on the website to try to find those new rules and regs, just a copy of them without being redlined. And I only saw the 2006. I'm sure it's a user error, but I couldn't find the new ones on the site very easily. So some navigation with that would be great, and I'd take any questions if you have them.
Okay, I'll have to look on there.
They're not, they're not on.
There,
Those new rules haven't been put on the website yet. They have been located and approved through Secretary of State, which is not on the website yet. We'll see if it-
so yeah, they're not on there, so.
All right, is
We'll,
there a way to just get an emailed copy of the approved version just for our safety meeting planning and making sure that we're all square for the season?
Oh yeah, of course. We'll just do that to the group.
Perfect.
We'll have Kim email it to everybody, and that way everybody has it, and then we'll work on getting them up onto the website. So
Perfect.
replace. Perfect. Other than that, you guys anticipate the same kind of numbers for next year?
You know, boy, as everybody has said, I think I'm on the other side of the block with the increase in tourism to the mines. I think maybe it's just my location. I think tourism is going to be a challenge this year. I think if there are any wildfires in the area that cause smoke or any sort of concern, which I don't think that there's any way to avoid that this year, I think we might be looking at a lower volume season for sure.
Okay. Anything that we can do for you? Anything, any needs?
Nope, just those rules, and then we'll see you guys when you come up to do inspections. We are planning on opening mid-June. I hope to have everything spruced up and ready to go by June 1st. We'll see how that goes. We've had some family health struggles with mom and dad, and so we're just kind of going day by day, just what we can do every day. So hoping to be ready to open the doors June 1st, but we won't have tours actually going through until mid-June.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome,
right.
you guys.
Did anybody else have anything? Before we might take a break and come back and listen to Hank and Tom for a while.
I've got a question. I've heard about a new mine tour being developed in Black Hawk called the Black Fox. Anybody?
Oh, Black
Close.
Bobtail.
In the woods.
They're gonna put their hand in
In the woods.
Black Hawk.
City, city.
Yeah, cities get that.
Like they needed, they should just find that vein.
Well, I don't know who it is, but I have on good authority that they're ordering equipment.
Oh, yeah.
Or a rail operator.
So,
Yeah, we got a friend who works for them, they got, oh, you should see the beautiful numbers and all that stuff.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. With $6 million.
Yeah, they pumped a lot of money into that thing. So they're expecting something out of it every year.
You know, you gotta have an awful lot of courage go through a mine to
Make that.
pay that back.
The ground is very funny.
all right, so let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break and come back and.
Let's just keep the
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not yet, I'll get reprimanded. I don't care. Yeah, so he's, so you can, you can have me after. Quick line. And his tire and yeah. Yeah. And I was going to especially see. Yeah, I never looked, I'm not. But I can, I really better see you. Yeah. I'll say that is. I'm gonna do it. You're really more. Even though every. Well, it's good to be with me, because I do know the other started. In the seventies, that would be actually nice. Oh. Sorry, it's Gary Wright. It was owned by Discovery Marine. So Gary. Bill said you learn. And I'll be doing the same thing. It's not just free labor. We'd love to have So we have to use the gas meters. So this is going to be all the way. We have a weird way to
The guy gets, then he goes. It works for us. Your cash. Less, you know, less.
Last day of the month.
Guys, this weekend, yeah, like, okay, so don't.
You really want to negotiate. But you know, I like, when I see a test like this, they look at it and they go, yeah, you're not in that sign or.
You guys have the rocks right too, now.
They're not. You know, it's I'm asking. When he was like the For me to carry that, well, if I want to have to have a safety environment, there's order. I can do it all on one. Like, because we're about God now. Nice guy. It's already approved. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. It's fun. Yeah. And we're out on this. Where's we gonna expect? Oh, yeah. But it's, yeah. These are great roads. Great place.
With the challenge or a lot of blue.
Well, you can find it. I mean, even if I go to the last one, where you're. Wow.
Gotta sell, you gotta sell. Money.
I used to be a baby.
Why anyways? Oh, I did that too. I don't think. I did this. Out there for Or. Oh, my great. No, they was. Oh, retired. Yeah. You know, the, down, they call it a market, looks like a shot, there's a lot. I backed it up, I don't know. Yes. I'm gonna be up here. That's a great. And that's the way. Yeah. And you. Then they waited around outside and they just get brought all the old versions. What do you know? That's awesome. But they are old, they've been there for. This year, although there's some, there's a state, we got divided. I have. Anyways. They'll be there.
You guys like on
You guys from every.
Realistically, everyone will still be there.
So anyways, you can go to. I gotta admit, like, better than finish Yeah. I had no issue. I was trying to. There are so many characters. Yeah. At some point, I needed to kind Yeah, you don't have to. This year's gonna be different.
Alright, so Jim did bring some waters in here, there's some ice, you guys in small freezer back there, it had to be, we'll pull it out when lunch comes. Kim will go get lunch will be provided by Smoky Guards, I believe. She'll get it 11:15, 11:30, whenever she can get back with it, okay? Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and have Tom,
Everyone I need to do to get this up where, oh, should be here.
Yeah, it's my.
Act two is, we're gonna go through some things here that, you guys already know you should be doing. And it helps us whenever we come to do your inspections at your mine. It gives you guys the opportunity to look at your things before we get there. That way we, we can look at things, make our suggestions, things like that. So, my safety inspections conducted by owners, operation agencies are crucial for preventing accidents, injuries, and fatalities in an inherently dangerous industry. They ensure the mine operators adhere to strict safety and health standards and protect workers and tourists from numerous hazards. Which that's our whole concept, is whenever we do tours, we want to make sure that our mines are safe for the people that are going to come and do the tour. Okay, now, class participation. Class participation is what we can see. Now, it's all about what we see and how we see, okay? It's all about, some people see things differently, okay? So at this point in time is, you see some things here in this picture, okay? There's a lot of things wrong here in this picture, right?
Yes.
So what we're looking at is, you see something wrong. Tell me, what do you see wrong?
The man on the floor.
the guy hung over.
Guy hung over. Okay, now here's the thing, is you got somebody that is in, that looks like this, is we need to say something, we need to do something. But here, this is just like normal mining, but let's look at everything. What do you got, Brian?
Besides just the obvious, but we go with the gears not being caged.
All right, so let's look at the gears right there. Is you see the gears that are not guarded, right? If somebody can come in contact with that kind of stuff, because it needs to be guarded. Okay, so we need to make sure that any kind of moving components that you might have in your mind needs to make sure that nobody can come in contact with. Little things like that. We got chemical spills. We need to make sure that our chemicals, spray cans, all those kind of things are in a containment where nobody can come in contact with, right? We start looking at our electrical outlets. We need to make sure that our electrical outlets are secure and not that nobody can come in contact with. We look at the top over here. I know this probably got a thing. But up here in the corner, we got some things falling out of the roof. We need to be looking at our roof constantly, looking at anything that might need to be scaled down, things that might need to be, additional timber set, things like that. Those are things we need to be looking at. Warning signs. Are warning signs over there, are they legible? Can people read them? Do they know what they're supposed to be staying away from? And whenever it comes down to these kind of things these are some of the things we need to be looking at. Walkways and escapeways. All of our walkways and escapeways need to be maintained and cleared. No tripping hazards, no things like that possibly, and here's the thing is, with our tourists, okay, people that would come in to do our tours, is we have a vast array of people that come in to do our tours, okay? We got some small kids that come in to do tours. We got some older people that come in to do our tours. So whenever we start looking at things, is look at them in the way of what is the potential of one of my tourists slipping, tripping, and falling on something. Okay, those are things we need to be taken care of. Now, whenever it comes down to some of the mines that have your tracks in there, is what's the possibility of somebody slipping over or tripping over something like that? Because we need to be looking at those a little more diligently, making sure that people don't slip and fall. That's something we don't want to have happen. Gateways. Making sure that our gateways have legible signs. So in the event, now, and here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize sometimes is you take people on tours, okay? You have a tour guide. What happens if you're taking these people on a tour and the tour guide, something happens to the tour guide? The people that are with them need to know how to get out, how to communicate, and how to do the things. That's why legible signs are important. Making sure that in the event that the tour guide needs help getting out it's not a guesswork. The signs are legible, they know which direction they need to go to get out. Keeping walkways and gateways clear in mind is crucial for safety and mandated by regulation to prevent accidents, ensure rapid evacuation. Key practices include maintaining clear and marked, conducting regular, often weekly inspections for obstructions, debris, ice, providing adequate lighting, structural support, allow for safe passage. So I just put some pictures up on different things. I mean, we think the one there is replacing timber. Now, I said this is, we did some of that at the smuggler mine. And, there's a lot of other mines we gotta start looking at is what are our timber looking like? Is, can you go up on to them and touch them like that and possibly move them? Some of our cross beams that we have in there is, are they starting to work loose? Different things. And we start looking at some of the roof bolts and stuff that got put in, some of the side, the rib bolts got put in. We gotta start looking at those things and making sure that they're not working loose, okay? Just little things like that. Stairways, handrails, secure and maintain. Any handrails, any stairways that we have, we need to make sure that the handrails are secure. So in case somebody has to really lean on one, that it's not gonna fall. And the person's not gonna fall. They're gonna use it to help walk with, okay? On our stairways, making sure that our stairways that have any kind of incline or any kind of tripping hazards that are on there, that have something for some of the older people that travel down some of these areas, that they have something to hang on to. Brace and stuff, okay? This is what we're looking at in a way of keeping things clear. Making sure that our stairways and handrails are secure all the time. Keeping stairways and handrails clear and lining involves strictly prohibiting storage on stairs. Regular cleaning of debris from ice, prompt repair and damage structures to prevent slips, trips, and falls. Maintaining clear, well, and lit walkways, high visibility, anti-slip surfaces, crucial for safety and compliance. Again, is we have to look at those kind of things. What is the potential that's there? We may do, you folks that go through this on a regular basis, they look at it and say, it looks fine to me. But back to that picture that I had up there is everybody has a different perspective. Everybody has a way of looking at things saying, it looks fine to me. We have to look at it from our tour people that go on our tour. Those are the people we have to get in our head. This is how we need to look at things. Is how are they going to be able to maneuver through our mind and make sure that they're going to be safe whenever they do it. Lighting. Making sure that we have proper illumination in the areas where people are gonna be toured. And I don't know how many people provide cat lamps. We need to make sure that if we are gonna provide cat lamps, that they charge and they stay lit, they stay charged. If not, that what other lighting are we providing? Okay? Is it lighting throughout the mine that we just keep on all the time? Checking our light bulbs, making sure that our light bulbs are still where they're supposed to be, they're not burning out, okay? Making sure that our guarding over our light bulbs are still in place. Making sure that our wiring for our lighting and everything is not damaged. Simple things like that, but lighting in general is making sure people can see where they're walking. And some of us, as we get older, have a little bit harder time seeing. That's why we need a little bit more lighting. Communications. Underground communication system provide crucial, reliable, and continuous contact for mining and tunneling operations, bridging deep isolated areas with the surface. Whenever it comes down to our communication, because we need to make sure that our phones work. The other thing that we need to remember is if that person is on that tour, that's taking us on that for our tour guide, something happens to them. Our tourists need to know how to work the phones as well. Because let's say, for instance, heaven forbid, Chris has taken us on a tour. And for some reason, he gets his head and gets knocked down. Poor Chris. So how are we gonna think about, how can we communicate with the surface to get somebody to come and help us? We can't always depend, we can't always depend.
He's such a part of the tour, yeah, he's part of the.
He's future exhibit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you see where I'm getting at, is your tour people need to know what type of communication you have and how to use it, because if not, it could be bad. It could be bad for Chris. We don't wanna have that happen. Okay? Different types of communication. Hardwire underground paper phones. Mining phones are rugged, well-mounted communication devices designed for harsh mining environment. Often utilizing 2-wire, 4-wire, 12 VDC systems are clear, reliable now. Each mine has different types of wiring, different types of communication, different types of, I put different types of pagers, and I put Jay and James and these other older guys know what this other phone is, the old dial phone. So anyway, is what type of communication do you have? And how do people use it? Checking our wiring. Part of your inspection is going through your phones and making sure that they actually communicate with the surface. Not just some of the time, but all the time.
I've got a question on the lighting. You know, some people told me to put those, the bulbs in the mine, so the power goes out, the lights come on, so you're never in complete darkness. It seems to me it's kind of problematic, because when you turn the lights off in the mine, then you're gonna have your lights on, so.
I can speak to that, we did that at the old 100 in the early years. We had some of the emergency lighting with the battery packs, like you see in a commercial building at key spots. And that was the problem, because we didn't like to leave the power on all night, because it was gonna cost us a lot of money. We didn't wanna leave all our lights on. But when you shut the power off from surface, boom, all those
Emergency lights come on, burn up.
yeah, and then those batteries go down, then by morning, they're dead, and then they charge back up again, but, yeah, we ended up taking them.
Well, what I'm looking at is whenever you have people that are on a tour, is making sure that they can see where they're going. But I mean, you folks that do your tours, because you know where you're going. But the people that are going on that tour, they don't. So having it let, yes, Brian?
Do we have anything like
glow in the dark signs that stay good, to stay, it seems like when you're in on an airplane or movie theater, whatever.
They do,
You can follow it on the ground, there's a glow in the dark strip, that's your way out, that kind of stuff, something that stays lit longer, even if the lights go out. It's still, for an hour, you can still, and it's black, you can still see the strip.
The problem with a lot of the glow in the dark stuff is that it has to have light to charge it. And so a lot of times the light inside the mine is not enough to charge it up to where it actually glows.
And that would have been what I would have said is depending on the illumination you have inside the mine, how's it gonna charge that, up to where if the lights do go out? So that would be the other problem that you would have. It might not, it's not a bad idea.
Well, I strategically put stuff near our light, so at least we'll get some kind of, like she would say, some charging from it, but I get it, it doesn't have quite enough brightness to keep it.
Somebody did some mushrooms, actually, residents, and they will.
Grow underground.
They will grow and they'll
By glove, it's much more.
Oh.
Tom, I'd be interested in one of their. I've never seen these. All these snakes.
Almost everyone on that shore says. Use yourself.
Chris just had a good point, folks. Yes, a lot of times is the people that are on tours have their cell phones with them. That have lights with them, so in the event that something drastic did happen, if each person or whoever has a cell phone might have enough light to find a way out at that point in time.
I can speak to that because we had our train break down, about 700 feet from the portal, not too many years ago. And of course, when we realized the train didn't arrive from coming out, then we looked down and we could see the train was, and we got ready to go in with a, emergency train to keep offload to the outside. Well, by the time we got to the portal, I could see all these little. Lights. And that's what everybody was doing, is that they were walking out with.
They had their telephone light.
And I think on signage, you're better that would be highly reflective backing on sign. Because you're gonna have some light, whether it's.
But what Chris was saying
Has his, green and black, well, if you put they have arrows in them, you put it on your pipe or your, air vent, you can actually point to where the people are going. That's a cheaper way to do it, because like the Edgar here, they got green lights and red lights to tell you which way to go. We don't do that. But no, I found out that was the easiest way. It's high vis tape. I was playing with glow in the dark stuff, but the problem with glow in the dark stuff, unless you get your headlamp or you point your headlamp on it, it's not gonna have intense beam enough to do it. But they also, if you guys have first aid kits underground.
Yeah.
That's one thing to do, is put high vis or a marker on those buckets or whatever you got up. So if you're pitch black, you can actually see where they're at compared to trying to find it, because they'll pick it up faster.
I did that in Iraq, I put the reflective tape on my duffel bag, and you could pick your duffel bag out of 100 from a mile away, but just flashing away that. Yeah, it was mine.
And what Chris was saying earlier is, it's part of, before the tour actually starts, is he tells them about your, in the event that something happens, you have your cell phone, you have a light on that you can actually use. So it is part of something that they, do communicate with the people that are going on tours that you can do.
What I'm gonna do is to force these guys, since we run on a generator system, we've had not likely, but we're having times when the power went out. Okay, so we do have to be concerned about that. And the cell phone lights have been amazing ways to light up. You needs to have like 5 cell phone lights or 20 cell phone lights.
It's amazing, because whenever I did work in an underground coal mine as an examiner, clear back in the bleeders, is my cap lamp went out. And it's amazing what your little light on your watch It shines whenever it's that dark, so.
Hit the glow.
I mean, any kind of light that you might have with you, like your cell phone or things like that, is gonna go a long way.
Yeah, you just.
One of the
things
is scary. Even glow sticks.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of backup water underground at several locations.
Yeah.
They work through.
We don't.
Everybody has a little bit different modus operandi for when the power goes out, and you know, there's no one answer. But, you know, we're glad to.
Back in the old days, we used, in our hard hat, we used to have a extra ball duct tape on the inside of the hard hat. And then it got this real small flashlight. We used to duct tape the little flat, small flashlight inside the hard hat too. So when you're underground, you never run out of light. You know, if the ball goes out, you got a ball.
So each mine, you're gonna have your own unique, fix to, in case something happens to your lighting in there. And what I'm saying is we need to make sure that we have that, and the people that we take on a tour know that in the event that something like that happens, these are the different things that, you know, they can use, they can do. And a lot of times people don't realize that, yes, you can take your cell phone underground and go on. Go ahead, Bill.
So our policy, if the power goes out occasionally, not as much as it used to, but from the power company. And so our procedure that's written up is that, of course, we have about 2 dozen flashlights underground. And so we can do that. But first, the guy calls outside to see, is it the power system that's down, the whole main line, or is it just underground? And then we know there's something wrong with our power, in which case somebody would go turn the power feed off to the underground. And, but let's just say normally it's the power company goes down for whatever reason. So then what we do is we ask the group underground if they want to continue the tour with flashlights. And if anyone's uncomfortable, then we'll just everybody will go out. Well, generally, every time it's always been, yeah, let's keep doing it. So then we pass out flashlights, we continue with the tour, and then we go out, and then the tips are twice as high as they would have been otherwise, just the people think it was all great, part of the fun. Now, if the power stays off, then what our policy is that we don't go back under, because first place, the compressor won't run and we can't demonstrate any equipment, so that's no problem. And then obviously it's risky if you don't have power and lights when we're supposed to. So that's kind of how we treat it. And
right. I would suggest maybe like for what I'm gonna do for us in the common area, we'll say whatever, where we stop and have our talks with the tours. In a big open spot, a tote that says for emergencies, and that'll be where the glow sticks and batteries and flashlights or whatever we'll have for the emergency purposes, and people, it'll be marked with, you know, everything reflected. But something like that, you know, open in case, like a dry room.
Well, and the other thing we gotta remember is if we are gonna have a location where we have a tote with flashlights, glow sticks and things like that in, is they have to be checked to make sure that the batteries in those flashlights are being maintained.
And the deck cards too.
And I mean, so we gotta start thinking about, is if we're gonna set something like that up in your mind, is that be part of your examination for all your people. Now, here's the thing, is I know that there are, you know, some of your minds out there that have summer help that come in, they need to be trained on what they're supposed to be looking for whenever they go underground. And checking your flashlight, checking your glow sticks, all those kind of things need to be checked and maintained to make sure that in the event that something does happen, is your people that are on tour know that they're gonna actually function. Because the last thing you want to happen is have somebody come into a tour and have something like that happen, they open that up, and the flashlights don't work. So again, that's just another one of those things that we have to be maintained. And in the environments, is you start looking at batteries, different types of batteries that are in these flashlights, is your environment is gonna work on them as well. That's
realize that the plastic. So.
So again, it's just things that we need to be looking at and making sure that we're maintaining. And again, is looking at it from the perspective of anybody that's on a tour is, there are times whenever I've gone in, on some of the inspections is, I've had my own life. And I can look wherever I wanna go look. Now, you start looking at some of these tour people that are on tour, is they might wanna look over here at this side, if their light isn't there, how that they can see it. You know, curiosity, you know, for people that are going on a tour is so, and there again is what type of lighting is gonna be beneficial. And I know that a lot of them have floodlights showing different ways and things like that. So proper lighting, proper illumination, goes a long way to help your tour, okay?
This, just recommendations, we're not telling anybody how to do any certain thing, but like relying on flashlights. And a lot of the lights you buy don't work when you want them to. You gotta shake them to get them to work, things like that. Have a contingency for that. Let's put a link light in your box with your flashlights. If you have to go out and have food contest, you just back everybody on that link light. And everywhere I've been, the guides all have lights. Pretty much, you know, you link to that guide and you find your way out. If you don't have another option, there's things to think about. I'm not saying you have to do this, it's just, we think about worst case scenario, that's okay. And, you know,
We always
the
go-
odds aren't really high that that's ever gonna happen, but.
The primary, and if it fails, you have a backup.
Yeah.
Oh, three, double up.
We also got the other, it's just sufficient throughout the line.
And like Hank said, it is, you know, these are just suggestions on things to look for. These are suggestions that you might want to consider. I mean, you start looking at, again, the perspective is from your tour people that are going on this tour. What are they seeing and what's intriguing them? What are they wanting to see more of and things like that? So the more illumination you have, the better lighting you have, it's gonna make maybe possibly a better tour for them.
But it is a centurion, you guys still take management?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a challenge because we can't achieve that. Yeah, so we're gradually modifying our system because of.
I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, no, it is, but there is. Tell the difference. But really like, but problem is trying to keep those things sharp and we're working on staff.
Yeah.
The Terry has got a couple of other issues that we're doing.
Yeah, but it's nice because the people have taken mine through before. This is something that kind of like adds on to your typical, here's how you mine, here's how you process the word. Yeah.
Well, you know, I've got a lot of problems with moisture like you all do. In fact, when you put the light bulbs in, I got like freeze time. Like did on some of them, first thing fell out, and then you have to replace it. But you know, at first day of kit, I found that it's like a sponge for moisture. So like I'm taking seal meal, you know, sealing a meal with different things in there, different packs. And then you keep that little scissors in there so that you get in there to the first aid kit and they just cut the seal meal bags and they use compresses and whatever. Okay, save you money in the long run just to get a seal meal bag and protect it from the moisture.
Like I said, each one of your minds is unique, okay? You all have your own uniqueness in your mind. So what you guys decide to do in your mind is totally up to you. But you got, again, is the thing I'm getting you to look at is what are your tour people looking at and how are they looking at it? And what you guys provide for them goes a long way. And then back to your communication. Is it working proper? And there's a lot of times as we go into some of these mines and some of the phones don't work, some of them do. We've come across some of our inspections to where some of your wires have been possibly damaged, deteriorated. Trying to remember who that was. I think it was at the Syracuse. Anybody from the Syracuse? Is they had a pack rat in there and just loved to eat on wires. Is he would go in and fix the wires, and the next thing you know, the packet was chewing up wires again. So again, looking at those different things, making sure that your communication is the way it's supposed to be. Checking your fire extinguisher, okay? Here's the thing about fire extinguishers. Is there's a lot of things, simple things, doesn't take long to check the fire extinguisher, okay? When inspecting a fire extinguisher, be sure to check it, fully charged, needle in the green, it's unobstructed. There's the other thing is making sure that it is accessible for everyone. Because poor old Chris, I like picking on Chris. Poor old Chris is the one that got, you know, you need to use a fire extinguisher because Chris is out of commission, okay? Is you need to know how to use that fire extinguisher. What's on that fire extinguisher? And you folks need to look at those fire extinguishers, making sure that in the event if something happens, is it's the way the manufacturer designed it, it's the way it's intended for its use. All right, verify the pressure gauge reads accurately, cabin shells pulling the pin from the tap. There's no signs of physical damage, corrosion, or leaks. The other thing is having a sign, making sure that your sign is legible for people to know where the fire extinguisher is at. The other thing is we don't want to keep our fire extinguishers sitting on the ground. The first place something is gonna corrode is by sitting on the ground as the underneath part of it. We wanna make sure that they're hanging up somehow, some way. Where they're not in contact with the ground, moisture gets underneath them, and they get damaged.
Usually the signs you want is also might want them reflective.
That always helps.
And in line of sight of within X, Y, Z, a feet, 1,500 feet or whatever, as long as you aren't.
Yeah, signage, reflective on signage goes a long way. It gets people to know what's there and what's not. Okay, pressure gauges, ensure the needle's in the green, operating range. Accessibility, confirm it's visible, not blocked, and mounted properly. Physical condition, inspect for rust, corrosion, dents, for leaking. Components, check the safety pin is in place, the tamper seal is not broken. Label, tag, ensure instructions are legible. An annual inspection tag is up to date. Now I want to stop right there. There is instructions on your fire extinguisher. Believe it or not, people out there, they have no idea how to use a fire extinguisher properly. They just don't. So that's why the manufacturer puts those on there. Now, just like that one back there in the corner, that's right over here, you see where their instructions are right there visible. We need to make sure that they are there for people to read. If they are not, fire extinguisher taken out to where the instructions are actually legible. Okay, wait. Lift confirm it feels full. Or invert dry chemical type to prevent powder compression. Now that will happen. Your powder inside your fire extinguishers will compress to a certain degree. Take every once in a while, take them up. Just do something simple like that and hang them back up. It keeps the chemical flow. Then check your hose and your nozzle for any cracks, breaks, any damage. Okay? And you gotta remember is you may not be the one using it. It may be someone else. Electrical. Conducting underground mining electrical installation inspection requires a systematic risk-based approach focusing on safety, compliance, and equipment integrity. Key actions include performing visual checks for damage, cable panels, verifying proper grounding, testing, insulation, resistance, inspecting for moisture and corrosion. Now, for all of you that are not electricians, or for some of us that think we're electricians, we're not always that, but it's just a visual check. If you see something that doesn't look quite right, your electrical components, get an electrician to look at them. Chris, this Chris. Brett. You know, because here's the thing, is some of us see things differently. Electricians see things a whole different, okay? We may look at things and see it might be a little corroded, and it may be just that, okay? That something needs to be addressed. Any kind of bare wiring that might be out there, that, again, is making sure that none of our tourists can come in contact with it. Now, the other thing is our electrical boxes, making sure that they are labeled with what type of electricity is in there. 110, 240, for whatever it is. The other thing is we gotta make sure that it can't be gotten into by someone that's not an electrician, okay? Need to make sure that there's locks on them. Okay, so we need to look at those things whenever we're doing our inspection. You may not be the electrician, but you can look at that box and say, hey, what's wrong here? Look at things differently. Look at, can a tourist possibly come in contact with something that is electrical? Exposed electrical wiring components are crucial safety hazards causing electrical shock, electrocution, or fires. Immediately turn off power at the breaker, avoid touching the wires, and hire a licensed electrician to repair the damage. Uninsulated or uncovered components like junction boxes, damaged cords, and open panels. Again, is we're trying to protect our tour people. Yes, sir.
Just one more thing. Bill brought up had a question about the communication lines being in with some of the other potentials. And I've seen some of these lines, they get twisted up as things get put in there, and you realize to get those things separated, you're probably gonna have to cut it. We're not worried about blowing up a coal mine, but you know, if you could, at the very least, if you got two different potentials, two different voltages in the same room, give them a little bit extra insulation. You know, over time, those jackets get dry rotted, they wear. We're just trying to prevent those two different potentials from shorting out and affecting the communications, causing hot spots and things like that. That's kind of what we look for. I don't know if we really address that in the rules. It's just as inspectors, those are things that, you know, we like to see do some prevention, even if it's just to put some extra insulation on those lines where they're touching. Does that make sense?
Yes. So it doesn't have to be like, say if you're a building code, and sometimes in a ditch, they don't want you obviously to run two lines in the same ditch.
We prefer separation. It doesn't have to be huge. We prefer separation, but you know, I've seen places where you're gonna be weeks to step in. At the very least, if you can just get some extra insulation in there, that goes a long way.
I know.
So would you like me to tell my story of our electrical issue that we had a few years ago?
Sure, go ahead.
I think I've told it before, but now that we're all here in person. So, first day of opening, I'm outside, and I have a new tour guide going in who had some underground experience. Anyway, he was running tours in, and he came out in the afternoon. We'd run a number of tours, and he came out and he said, "There's something wrong with the mucking machine. It doesn't seem to be working properly." And we had just put in a mucking machine that had a bunch of work done. So I said, "We'll go back and check the pressures on the air compressor tank and, you know, some of those things." They came back out and said, "Oh, no, there's definitely something wrong with the mucking machine." And I said, "Because it just has hardly any power." I said, "Okay, you know, my lead guy will be in the morning, and you know, we'll deal with it that way." So he continued to run a couple of tours, and we finished off the day. So the next day, my lead miner and another experienced miner went underground to do the daily check, and they called back out. We turned the power on, and of course you can see if the lights turn on low, be down the port, turned the 480 volt power on. We went underground, and they called up and said, "The air compressor motor's not running, it's buzzing, I said, well, it's obviously single phase, shut it off, and they shut it off. And, so then I went in with the lead miner and, we started at the compressor and the boxes and all the way back to the main box. And I had circuit testers, non-contact circuit tester. And pretty quick, we realized that, the problem was in the main 480 volt cable coming into the mine. So we came, out very slowly and I inspected all the cable and we were only about 250, 300 feet from the portal when, bingo, we found the problem. The problem was there was a splice and one leg of the number 6 copper cable had, a splice that shorted out and fried, vaporized about 3 inches of copper, burned and blew off the insulation. And this was MSHA approved type DC trailing cable that we had gotten years ago from Sunnyside. And then there was a bare copper wire there with one leg of the 480, of course, that's energized from the surface, and then the messenger cable, hanging there, and then the mine tour cars. You could, if you did that, you could have touched all that, riding the car. So the tour guide who had been working that day was off. And of course, the first thing that you think to yourself, stank. You know what electrical cable smells like? Burn that insulation off. And, what had happened was that the power system underground is a dry pack transformer. This converts to 220 for the lighting. Well, the electrical legs that powered the lighting transformer were still hot. So the lights stayed on. But we blew out the high leg on the 480, which caused the air compressor to single phase and shut down. And so the mine tour guide, everything looked fine. Well, there's something wrong with it. Well, he failed to actually inspect the compressor and look at the pressure gauge and determine that the compressor wasn't running. He ran trips in and out, even though there was burned cable right there. He should have been able to smell it, if not, see it. And consequently, I terminated his employment once we, figured out the root cause. So, these are the types of things when they talk about training and inspections. And, we've got 5 splices in that 480 line. You can't buy a 1,500 foot piece of cable. I can't afford it. So it's, got splices. And we went back and respliced it and got everything squared away. So, just watch it when something quits running. Is it really the machine or is it something?
Well, and there again, the good illustration is, some people look at something and think it's okay. Some people that have done this tour how many times throughout the course of the year, things might get missed. And that's why it's important that if we're gonna do these inspections, that we're really diligent on that, because something as simple as that, a tourist or somebody else could have came in contact with that, and it would have really been a devastating situation at that point in time.
Yep.
And that's why we really need to look at things a little closer than some of the times that we really didn't take the time to look at close enough, because we've done it 100 times. Is it all looks the same all the time? But then in all reality, something has changed. It needs to be secured from unauthorized personnel, okay? Unauthorized areas. Next thing, dangerous areas underground mining include active working faces, unventilated zones, aging infrastructure posing risks for rock falls, gas explosions, flooding, suffocation. Key hazards include poorly supported tunnels, areas with methane and carbon monoxide buildup. Now, hopefully we don't have any of those things in your mind. But there are some areas in some of these mines that need to make sure that you're have it dangered off, authorized personnel chained off, whatever it takes to make sure that, and trust me, is tourists are tourists. You're gonna have people that
go over and look at that area, and the next thing you know, they're back in an area they shouldn't be in. Okay, is making sure that it is dangered off, guarded off enough to where they understand and they know they're not supposed to be in that area. With visible signs. Mobile equipment. Whenever it comes down to doing our mobile equipment, pre-operation checks of underground equipment require mandatory shift start inspection of crucial safety structural operational components to prevent accidents and equipment failure. The inspections include checking for fluid leaks, hydraulic oil and fuel, testing brake, steering, verify fire suppression systems, inspecting tires, tracks, and confirming all lights down. For you folks that do have equipment that travel in and out of the mine, we need to make sure that we're looking at all things, making sure that, especially if we are transporting people, that everything works the way it's supposed to. The other thing is I know the Edgar mine has some scoops and things up there, the muckers that they have up there, is making sure that they function the way they're supposed to. Making sure that the operators that are operating those pieces of equipment are task trained on how those pieces of equipment are being operated. Making sure that they understand on all the things that are on that piece of equipment. Checking fluids is easy. You pull the dipstick, you check and make sure it has oil in it. You open up the tank and make sure it's got fuel in it. But there's other things in there that maybe you need to start looking at, is some of the hydraulic lines that may be exposed, that may have gotten crimped, that a rock may have fell on and nicked and damaged somehow, some way. Those are the things we need to be looking at. So in the event that we're operating a piece of machinery, that it's done, it's a way to manufacture design it. Now, for some of you that has, Dave, you're opening up that train that goes up there, it's just electric, right? Okay, and Jay, you guys have that electric car that you guys put on over there, is checking those, making sure that there's no wires or damaging. I mean, and here's, like I said before, is you're gonna have tourists that it could be sitting there not operational at all. Busy fingers, people like touching things, people like looking at things, so we need to make sure that they can't come in contact with those kind of things. Pre-operation inspection on equipment is essential for ensuring operator safety, preventing catastrophic failures, and reducing costly downtime. By conducting a circle check before use, operators identify worn parts, mechanical issues early, which improves equipment reliability, ensures regulatory compliance, and extends machinery life. Back to our pre-ops, is if there's a fire extinguisher on that needs to be checked as a pre-op. Safety compliance, fire suppression system, seat belts, audible alarms, horns, lights, emergency stop buttons are functional. Fluids and components, engine oil, coolant, all these kind of things that we need to look at if we're operating a piece of equipment. This is part of a pre-op. An adequate pre-op needs to be done, especially for people that are operating muckers. Now, when it comes down to the electrical locomotives and things that we're using, is checking the electrical part of it, making sure that it is the way it's supposed to be.
Right. Do you have any of those fire extinguisher tags that we can pull punch kind of like that? Cause in his mind, like we have issues with the moisture and trying to mark with that thing. It's like covered in moisture. Yeah, just punch it.
All the metal ones, use a hole punch for?
Yeah, the vinyl tags work really well for that.
I always try to I'm like that moisture in mind to try to put my signature in. It's like it kills even
Are you
a
talking about
Sharpie.
the aluminum tag?
No, it's like the plastic tags, but just to try to mark it. I just didn't know if you guys had ones like kind of like that thing where you can punch it, but I'll punch what he's got. It's fine. Yeah,
great.
Good.
Yeah, your ones and I couldn't punch it. Yours are plastic, so it's like a solder iron. Alright. To provide iron, and it just permanent.
Cat screen on side.
Alright, no, thank you. I just wanted to make sure if there was tags we can get.
Now back to pre-ops is and inspections of where your travel way is at. Is you start looking at your track for your electrical cars that you're taking in and out. You need to inspect your track and make sure that it's not damaged, things are not happening, something's not blocking it. Making sure that you do that before you operate, because you're driving down the road, next thing you know, something wasn't there before, and now your locomotive part of it hits it.
is that's why pre-operation inspection is important on everywhere you can want to go.
So for folks that are looking at using track more, just some tips, you'll see, fish plates, the joint bars loosen up, that's a big concern. There's a tendency where the joints, if they're not suspended and then they loosen up, the rail starts to do that. You wanna make sure your rail is of the adequate weight for the locomotive. Realistically, 40-pound rail is probably what most people use as a minimum. We used to have a lot of 30-pound, it all wore out, got rid of it, replaced it with 40-pound. But the other thing, and they're expensive, but if you do not have acidic water, mine water, steel ties. Steel ties with riveted clips, there are two styles. If you're laying track from scratch, they have a solid clip and then clips that are riveted that you bang across with a sledgehammer with a double jack and clips into the rail. But they make one that you can slip into existing track that have the riveted solid clips both on the same side and then the movable clips both on the same side. And you can slip them in between wooden ties and then put them down. And what this does is that it locks the gauge in place. They're like a gauge bar, so you can't spread, which is the big risk of a derailment in a mine tunnel. Your wooden ties wear out or rot out, and then it spreads and you're on the ground. And then it also helps support the weight. The last quote, 25 years ago, a steel tie cost $12. I bought some last summer from Harvard Steel in Portland, Oregon, $47 each. But at least they didn't go up in price from a couple of years earlier. So yes, they're expensive, but they last forever, assuming you don't have acidic mine water.
Now, for the mines that, transport tourists underground under their locomotives, so to speak, is what happens if it breaks down while the people are underground? And now they gotta walk out. Is how is their walk surface coming back out? That needs to be looked at as well. So in the event that something does happen, is now you have, tourists that are now gonna walk out around that track that they normally wouldn't have to, but again, those are some of the things we need to be looking at. First aid supply should be inspected every 3 to 6 months to ensure the items are sterile, functional, and not expired. Key actions include checking for damaged packing, dried out adhesive bandages, expired medications, typically 2 to 3 years, or ointments. Replace used expired items immediately, maintain safety standards. Back to your first aid kit. Inspect and making sure that there's anything in there that might be liquid that might be expired. Testing again is making sure that your Band-Aids are not wore out, so to speak. I mean, those are just simple things we need to be looking at. Again, is we got James in there that we got to help do some first aid on. Is your tour people need to know that your first aid kits have the adequate stuff in them that is supposed to be used. Chemical storage, chemical supply should be stored in cool, well, dry, ventilated areas, away from direct sunlight and heat. With all containers clearly labeled, sealed and kept off the floor. Hazardous materials must be segregated by hazardous class. Flammables, hazardous toxic items. The store is stored in secure, stable cabinets with liquids kept in secondary containment. Chemical storage cabinets must adhere to strict safety standards for fire protection of hazard containment. Key requirements include double wall steel construction now, 18 gauge. These are all recommendations. If you don't store any of that flammable stuff or explosive stuff underground, then make sure that you have them outside where nobody can get at. If you are storing them underground, why do tourists need to be in there? They don't. So making sure that authorized personnel on the cabinet only, or maybe even keep locks on them where people can't get out. Question, Bill,
Rock drill oil. You have a container underground for, the rock drill fill up with lubrication pigs. Does that have to be in a flammable cabinet or just, what is your recommendation?
Is it an aerosol?
Flammable.
Oil,
Mineral, that's mineral.
is it mineral?
Yeah, that's why it's safe to use, you can breathe it.
Well, see, I didn't know. I figured it was, I thought it was more of a special.
Not trade around high concentrations of oxygen.
Yeah.
I think at a minimum, it should be labeled
Yeah.
as such, you know. But
That's why we always tell people to taste it before you use it. If it tastes like regular motor oil, don't you use it, cause all of a sudden it's gonna be everywhere.
All right, task training. Employee task training is essential to increase productivity, reduce errors, and boost employee confidence, leading to higher quality output and better customer service. It reduces skill gaps, enhances employee engagement and retention, and prepares workers for future responsibilities. Proper training also improves safety and keeps the organization better. Now, back to, is everybody that works in at your location, at your mine site, okay? Depending on what they're doing or what you're gonna have them do, make sure that you task train them. And give them the exact information that you expect them to have. That's the big thing about task training people is don't shortcut any training. Train them the way you would wanna be trained and the way you feel they need to be trained. That way there's no shortcuts, there's no second guessing, there's no assumptions, there's no nothing. It's making sure that people are trained exactly the way you want them to be trained. That way there's no.
Have them sign.
5,020.
Site specific or something.
You fill out whatever you need to have them fill out, making sure that they're trained on everything that they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, another tip is what we did for. Well, we didn't have good training efforts, and, so I took 5023 form and simply whited out all the MSHA references, since we were not using it as a legally MSHA document. And then we used that form as the basis of our task training and sign off, so of course it works great, and you got plenty of room to add special stuff, in there, so.
You can incorporate your own JSAs, your own SOPs with everything you want your people to know and have them sign at the bottom, know that they filled it out and they read it. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a 5023. I mean, that's up to you folks, but making sure that they're trained and they understand what they're supposed to be doing and how they're supposed to be doing is gonna be key. Especially for the people that are gonna be doing your examinations or your underground part of it, is they need to know exactly what they're be looking for. And this is some of the stuff that we've covered, is making sure that those people understand and know that this is essential to making sure that all our tourists are safe whenever they go underground. Okay, that's pretty much what I have.
I don't wanna speak for them, but we go out, and we do an inspection. And generally takes us, an hour, maybe an hour and a half, sometimes less. And I've never seen you guys really sorry to see us go, but if you have a question about your mine examinations, about your meetings, I'm more than happy to stay there and train people. Do task training, qualify people to examine fire extinguishers, any of that stuff.
Yeah, we can talk to your employees, if you have employees there that, might be something that we can do is saying, hey, is we come here and this is what we look for. This is what we expect you guys to be looking for as well. It's for the protection of not just the people that work there, but for all the people that we're gonna be going underground. So, like Hank said, is if it comes down to that, is we'd be more than happy to stay there and talk to your people, your employees, and, answer questions.
Well, I know inspectors will show up when they show up, and typically, oftentimes I'm not there, some of this training stuff might be handy. So is it, forbidden to tell someone like senior management of the mine when you're going to be there, or a week you're gonna be there?
For $20, I can do anything. Just gonna say it.
I'm a little cheaper than that, $10, you can just pay me $10 and I can let you know.
Well, we're a little bit different than MSHA. We're not really bound by the, show up.
Because it's a tourist mine, it's not an active mine, right? So there's a.
But some of that, like for you guys, it's kind of hard.
Scheduling.
I don't mind.
You're not giving you some advance.
If I knew that, you know, hey, we're probably gonna be down your area next week, then I can make sure.
Providing we know that part.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I mean, it's just, you
Well,
know.
let's put it this way.
But at the same
We're
time,
gonna be down to your mine sometime this year. There's pre-notification, there we go.
but at the same time, you know, we really, your employees should know where all the training records are and all that stuff, because, you know, you never know when an accident or something's gonna happen, and you may be unavailable, you may be the,
One time they couldn't find the previous year's inspections, and I had taken them downtown
okay.
to my, you know, house down there, so, you know, yeah, that sort of thing does happen, but we're.
And by migrating over to the permit system eventually, you know, that won't be as, we'll have all that information right there at our fingertips, right? I mean, it should be posted up there so you can see it, obviously, but, you know, it won't be as that hard of a deal for us to pull up all that information while we're out in the field.
Yeah, good.
Brendan.
Yeah.
Something real quick on first aid kits, guys. If you're working underground and you work with anything sharp that can impale you, that can cut you, cost life, TBI, serious bodily injury, you have to have Class B first aid kit. Everybody know that, right? There's a difference between Class A's and Class B's first aid kits. Class A's are for like offices, so they're Band-Aids, Tylenol, aspirin, stuff like that. Class B's are manufactured tourniquets. They give you the specifics on what you have on you. So just a heads up, because if something were you were to have an accident, and I hate, God forbid, have an accident, they will look at it whether you had the right first aid kits underground or anything else that you were working on with you. They'll actually look at it as where you fall in Class A or Class B.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's you, Hank.
Under fire.
Little tip.
That shut off.
Another little tip with your dry chemical fire extinguishers. Don't just invert them, but tap them with a rubber mallet to fluff up the powder before you put it back, so that it's ready to go.
These first aid kits on Amazon that are Class Bs, they're running around $180.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Yeah, would that be good?
The reason why they say that is because how many people work with circular saws, chainsaws, drill steels, any of that stuff was all Class B. So just heads up that if you were to get it isn't the state responsibility, it's your responsibility because it falls under OSHA's system of what? First aid kits. And I've learned that, we've been talking about that because of some of the gold mines I've been teaching first aid classes at. They have heavy equipment and we get into tourniquets and all that because of that reason. Because you get into what? Front-end loaders, you get into what? Stuff that can pinch you, it's all major damage and it can cost you your life. So they get into tourniquets and all that.
Now, the last thing I want to say is whenever you're doing your inspections, is check for any kind of sharp objects that somebody may come in contact with. I mean, you might have some sharp rocks that are hanging out there that, you know, that somebody leans up against or comes in contact with, scrapes up against this. Those are kind of things we need to be looking at. Is there any kind of rib support, chain link fences, things like that, that might, you know, have some damaged wires or anything too? Is making sure that, you know, nothing can, like Dave said, impale anybody or come in contact, scrape anybody. You know, those kind of simple things that, you know, we need to be looking at when we do. That's my presentation right now. It's gonna be on the.
So, yeah, you can watch it, you can watch on the, YouTube, or we'll also, what I'll have Hank and Tom do is they'll email it to Kim and we'll email that along with the rules to everybody. That way you have these PowerPoints to reference to if you'd like.
Yeah, because we talked on your like what you sent out, there was like rules of including like people with addicts and all that kind of stuff, or rules and regs, or no, is that?
I apologize,
For people with like addict mind that go in a certain X, Y, and Z fee, do we need to have anything special? Like that kind of stuff, like. I could have swore I saw that in whatever. Or, yeah, that was on that post that came out for, there was like new regs that were coming out. I didn't know if I misread that wrong. Or
I would have to look, I'm not.
I thought I saw something on what you guys put out to that newsletter or something.
Yes, it's coming out. They haven't posted on the system yet.
So I did,
The new regs, but,
yeah,
a lot of it has to do with the newer mines compared to the ones that are here.
I didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I had a question.
Is everybody doing all right? Ladder break or anything?
Yeah, hopefully Lance will be here shortly, but we can, get started. I would go ahead and get started. We might have to break a little bit.
All right, everybody, position, as presentation, here for that. To go along with some of the other things that's. There we go.
Did pretty good.
Okay, we're ready? Go.
I lost the word to be read. Talking about you.
Reason we're not taking a break is like show up here shortly.
Yeah, that was a kick. Basically.
Okay. Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, for my part of the presentation, kind of more over the record, rather than expected. And Brandon told me to keep it under 2 hours, so I did it over about 30 minutes.
Get on that side of the room.
I'm gonna try to keep this geared towards the roof, in terms of kind of what our expectations are. I'll make some recommendations. And, you know, if there's a source of contention, this is the place to debate that. You know, please speak up if you have questions, if you have something to add to it. In terms of the rule itself, just some of the general requirements we have. You guys kind of all know the drill when we come out and do an inspection. We check your record books, we ask about the training, sometimes we see that, sometimes we don't. Mind map, something that, you know, I'm generally looking for. I see a lot of you guys keep them at the portals, some of them in your offices, your emergency response plans. Evacuation procedures. One thing I haven't been particularly diligent about is your check-in, check-out. That's something we're gonna be looking at periodically. In terms of, is it effective? I'm old school, I like brass tags and boards. And lists. That's my favorite. I know a lot of you guys do this through the registration process, and I'm gonna have to get familiar with the process. See how they're working, you know, in terms of check in, check out, how are you logging people out? Are you just signing them out? You time them in, time them out? That sort of thing. I'll have some questions for you. Like I said, we're working together here to try and decide.
So you're talking about us tourists, too, not just employees.
Right, this is everybody, everybody that goes online needs to be checked in, checked out. Under the rule. Anybody have any contention with that? Start out with our part.
It's, you like our method over this?
Yeah, I'm old school. I like the brass tag. Very simple, very effective. Unless somebody forgets to give you their tag, right? Unless someone forgets to put their tag back on. That is the problem. How do you deal with it?
So how was it reviewed at Molly County? They do based on helmets? They count the helmets or what they, how are they keeping track of who was on the ground?
Brandon would answer that question. I don't recall.
I don't ever recall that.
It didn't come off as, like, they knew exact numbers, the numbers didn't really change in that instance.
Yeah, I think they knew how many they loaded in each car.
You're talking, you just talked about hits,
You
yeah.
know, and it's happening, like, they think it's so many and then they get more accurate later, but. So no confusions, everything was good, they had an exact number. No.
Doing hit counts, I don't think.
They didn't understand a lot of it underground.
Right.
They knew how many people were on the one tour and they knew how many people were.
Yeah.
The question was, what was up, what was down, and who was actually in it. They didn't know that, what I talked to. And that's where a lot of our miscommunication came into effect, because they didn't understand a lot of it.
Well, they knew how many people were on the.
Trained, but they didn't know how many people were actually under. At the time I got called, and by the time things changed, the actual numbers had changed from around.
Okay, yeah, which is kind of to be expected. It's nice if you get all the information exact and then you plan off that, but like if you could get the information.
The one thing we've done is we've used a whiteboard.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend our method. It's very cheap, very simple. I just put a whiteboard up at the beginning of the tour. The guy signs it, time in, there's a blank spot for timeout, and then we have how many people went underground with them. And then when you come back out, you sign it out, you've got a concise list, it's right there at your entrance, it's all on a whiteboard.
And then what do you do if somebody leaves early?
If someone leaves early, ideally, the guide knows about it, and when they come out and do their time out, they will reduce that number by 1. I mean, you obviously can't do it instantaneously, but you also can't trust the tourists. Like, to trust the tourists with a brass tag, all you're gonna do is buy brass tags, man. They're gonna steal and rob you blind. Whiteboard was really cheap, effective. We get great concise numbers for the schools, especially. It's such a crazy scene with all the kids that we've got a, end of the day, we look and go, this is exactly how many people went underground.
And if anybody leaves early.
If they have to trade their driver's license for a brass tag, they'll be back.
It just isn't
my person. We don't let it wander out by themselves.
Well, Hank, I think, you know, we're running, we
Try to do.
30 to 40 people an hour, we can double up, you know, if we start and start 250 people a day. I'm gonna have to really.
Yes, I think
on an effective, easy way, because we got, you know, 20 people in line, the man trip's leaving in 5 minutes. you know, it's a little different from these folks that do a group of 10 every couple hours. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, how could you cycle the outcome to us? To get your head count that they're out of the.
Well, that's the issue, because obviously at the cash register, we tallies adult and kids and underage kids for every trip that goes in. So we're not doing anything on the way out. No one's ever got that. But, I don't know, I guess.
Like I said, it's our job. Maybe during the outgoing. I see them.
Well, I'm charging the gear. No, they do. Well, you know, it's just records outside of case of the guy, there's no record. I mean, that's what they're looking for. Guy, you know, how do we know what it does? I need to mind. Oh, well, yeah, so I could say, but at least I got some.
I've got a very specific question.
Hey, Bob?
Right now, we actually know exactly how many people are on their tour for check-in software. We need to know the exact name of everybody that's on our tour.
If they sign the name when they register, right? Each group.
Well, they do, they have to sign on a liability waiver every person. So the question is we're trying to make sure, because the Brasson system, we've tried the Brasson system. As somebody said, we lose Brasson, lots of Brasson. So, what the question is, I'm trying to think about, if you have an emergency, what do you actually, what's the best way to be able to handle the emergency?
Okay, so in an emergency, versus the checkout system, you guys have a muster point. That's the place where you need to account for it.
Right.
And if you have I know not having that list of names for each group might be a problem. That's where you could use registration.
Fair Harbor has the electronic sign on
Yeah.
waiver, and their names are on those waivers, each one of them.
Yeah, they are.
When you put them on right on the bottom, pull them right up. So a little bit, you know, the slope in and entrance, you also put on there, there's an option.
Ship the sewer. Yes, yes. Fair Harbor, so. Well. Help us set up.
We go in all.
It really has been, that's stupid, I think it's weird.
So, anybody else have any questions? Inspection check.
Yeah,
All right, we'll get into the daily inspection records, and you guys know this is one of the first things we check. And while we have some expectations, you know, a lot of you have different ways of filtering it out, and a lot of that pertains to your particular law. We've had some issues with gas meters. And a couple cases where instruments haven't been calibrated for the day. We were getting some low readings, and we're quite sure how to deal with that. And, you know, I'm here for you. Tom will do what he can. Something that, you know, along those lines, I keep bringing up meters. While I'm at your site, or call us up, you know, we'll make an appointment if we have to. Just kind of go through your meters, how to zero, how to calibrate them. Couple instances where individuals have just purchased brand new meters. You expect them to work right out of the box. They don't. And they don't. A couple of these meters were shipped from California. Different altitudes, different pressures, you know, change your sensor, change the zero on calibration. So, you know, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to get your meters straightened out. If you need calibration, I'll try to help with that. I may not have the specific guys, you know, there's one. But, you know, we'll work as much as we can.
Yeah, and then by adding this other inspector slash trainer, it'll give us more resources to go out and come around more often to, you know, also help keep maintaining these meters, really, or help you keep these meters maintained, so.
I've got his my training, he's pretty much making meter every gathering we got. Find rescue come do it. He always lets me collect his meter. But I'm good for that. Okay. But on the meter readings themselves, something that's kind of come up with the new rules, we want you to have an instrument that reads real time. Couple entities out there have to go gas back. And all they're good for is to alert you if you have a low occupancy. It won't give you a real time reading. That doesn't really suit well with your inspection. You know, we come in and look at your records, but it's 19.5 plus. That probably wasn't real time reading. And, you know, kind of a lot of, a little bit of debate when we were discussing the rules. Do we want to allow those meters? Well, if we were to allow those meters, everybody would have to wait. Because you don't actually know if you're in low oxygen until you get below 19.5 with those instruments. So we like you to have something that reads real time. Is that going to be a problem?
And walking in the water, liberating all the active gases.
Not necessarily, but yeah, but I'm just curious, I guess
You don't have a meter that, if you don't have an instrument that'll read that.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I just got you trained, you brought your.
These little, it's like, What should you space looking?
We've kind of gone both ways on Peter. For a while, I got real fancy and got in that forest and all that. Well, we didn't have anything on site to calibrate, the sensor goes bad, we've had, you know, I can't even get it calibrated to jump anymore, they gotta send it to the manufacturer, we've had, you know, the coal mine on the back of the coat had that fellow send me down stuff, and so now we're using the sensor, well, probably you.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably both of you.
Here's him.
These $150 forensic detector things in California, the team work pretty good. I treat them as disposable, $150. I buy two. When one craps out, I buy another one, and I always have a backup. And you've seen them. That's what I've had last couple of years. They seem to be. They come with a certificate of calibration. But I treat them as disposable.
Yeah, and that's why. Their meters have real time. That's it. And, you know, I had to study up a little bit on your instruments. Not everybody has the same types of instruments. But get them, got some. Whatever you have, don't throw away the instruction guide, please. I'm happy to go through, but I kind of know that language a little bit. Keep everything you get. They come with calibration cap. Don't throw those away. As long as I've got the gap, it makes it a lot easier. If I'm calibrated, I can do that. Okay.
Gas isn't too bad. For my MX4, I was able to pick up a thing of gas for, I think it was $160. And then a regulator off of eBay. It's seen it for 50.
So,
Not too bad.
If you're just buying a single gas, like you said, they're not, it's like carbon monoxide. That's what you're.
It's a multiple gas, but it's the right thing to do.
And then said,
Yeah.
yeah, guys, just something else about gas meters is one of those little funky little things. But I've been in mines where you turn a foot and it drops for percentage in O2 real quick. They'll throw you for a curveball. That's why you want a real-time meter anyway, especially at mines that keep going and going and going farther and farther in. Because the farther you get into that back area with that hasn't had an air clean or air push anytime soon, you probably want you want a gas meter to actually tell you what's going on. They have one right now underneath the Cripple Creek Cripple Creek gold mine right now. They got a tunnel in there underneath. The tunnel's fine. The tunnel breathes at 20.8. One of the little drifts that goes about 50 feet in, the first 6 inches is 12.2 ounces. You will die within a foot and a half inside. That one is actually very, very well known for this, but just something to keep in the back of your guys' the Moncal thing can get that way, but it has a lot more holes. But there's a lot of places, if we get into the back of some of the mines, there is some lose oxygen real quick. And you get into CO bad or CO2, it's really bad. It's something not to play with.
And more often than not, it's not gradual. Everyone thinks, oh, it'll gradually go. No, it just, you just sat, you hit a wall and that, you're in an eddy, man, it goes quick.
Anybody know where the chase mine is?
Up over a rise, CO2.
Up here, chase mine up here. He was down on the 200.
160, 180.
Yeah, it's literally this, and they drop 4% of oxygen on a foot and a half.
Just that quick, 5-6 feet up, it just right down and then suddenly that thing.
From just above the 200 level, 15, that 15, 20 feet down to the drift, it drops from 20.5 to that 14. We had a guy go down the ladder, he's taking it off, he's like, Daddy, he was out of there.
As I said, you have to be careful.
So as far as meters go, I mean, we can go down a rabbit hole here, and I don't want to go too far into it. But as far as meters go, we don't have anybody here that has any issues with meters as far as.
Bring back the bit.
What's that?
Bring back the bit.
Bring back the bit. Okay. Yeah, because we do have some mines that struggle with meters. I mean, we tend to have that every year, so that's an ongoing concern of ours.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. All right.
But getting back in, this is pretty much standard fare for the form. This is, I mean, what we issue out. And, you know, sometimes they're, a lot of you guys are really thorough and we appreciate that. You know, the more information we have on there, we're flipping through there. If we see a bunch of blanks, it's kind of a red flag for us. You got a perfect, nothing bad ever happens. And so the more you put in there, the better. And I know sometimes you have different examiners. Looks in different ways. Things you like to see, even if you correct something before you, or during your exam, put it in the book. It lets us know you're making that effort. And if you're ever audited because of something bad happening, it also reflects that. In the event that, you know, somebody comes back and you have to keep these records for 3 years, they're gonna go back in like 3 years. Just to see if this is a repeat pattern or if you guys are missing things. And I know some of it's kind of questionable, air in, air out. I know some of you go in, you do your inspection, the air's going one way and it warms up and by midday it's going a different direction. You know, we're not too concerned about that. We might want to know, you know, if we had to come out to your mine for that event, but we might want to know what you're doing at that time. But, you know, whatever happens at the time of the exam, that's what we want to see. Okay. One thing like, we haven't had any problems with, I don't know, we brought extra books with us. If anybody's short, we've got a few to give out. I try to keep some with me on the inspections, if you guys need them. I'll have some too. Don't be afraid to ask.
And you can always email me, you know, I'm happy to send.
She knows the printer. You guys know these will be reviewed every inspection, and I know we don't always get notice. You have quite a bit of latitude in terms of your inspections. You can finish them out at the end of the day. That's more than some other mines have. We'll still have about 3 hours. The problem is, I've been to several mines where you're a day, 2 days, 3 days behind filling out your records. And you know, it's not really problematic until you get caught, right? I strongly urge, you know, as soon as you finish your exam, get it in the books. Because if something does happen, we come back and you don't have your record books filled out. That doesn't look good. Be diligent about that. I know you get slammed. I know you get rushed. It's just one of those things that cover your backsides. Get that information. Tom spoke a little bit about the fire extinguisher. This is not something to get hammered for, you don't get written up for. It's just something you have to do. It's a necessary. You have to have documentation, provide annual inspections. This is something that we can't just slip a little bit in. Not everybody's. Some of you are pretty proactive. Monthly examinations and hydrostatic tests. How many of you know the last time you were extinguished your hydrostatic test? You're on the fire department, you better.
We have a company that we've used for some time out of Farmington, New Mexico, Summit Fire and Safety. But anyway, they started doing these big online reports to where they actually send the, after their guy goes through and does what he does to all of our extinguishers. They get this report online. I think I sent it to them. I might have sent it.
Maybe.
Maybe anyway, but it's got all the data on every one. It's really well worth the, it's not that expensive. They didn't charge anything.
And some of you, like the fire department right here,
Salida Fire does ours.
so I did
And they keep their records, they come in every, like, whenever they need to test the fire extinguishers. And they have everyone that they test.
So they provide the tags and.
And they provide the tags, and if there's any that are bad, they. Obviously we pay for them, but think about those records because they.
I on the contractor, I'll do that. I know it's an added expense. You know, a lot of it depends on your resources. You can get online, you can find whatever tags you prefer. And I know Brian was asking about that. My recommendation. It goes a little scratching work, and you've got a permanent mark, or soaking up water or anything like that. A lot of people use the vinyl feathers too, and a little hole punch. The paper tags, I'm not fond of paper tags. For obvious reasons, the moisture, and some of them are a little confusing. You can see this tag here. They've got the date there instead of just the month. And you go write the month in there, including the days, you can see there that they're writing the month, the day of the year. And, you know, that's just the way of telling me, if you look at the last 2 dates there, you went more than 30 days between fire things. Don't put the date on there, just put the month of the year. That's all I need to be. And I know it's splitting hairs here, but that's all we need. Month and day, month and year, excuse me, not the day. Most. Talking about this. And then for guidelines, just look up NFPA 10 for mechanical inspections. It'll tell you how to do it.
inspection, and then they ask for that documentation, that would be under that.
Annual inspection.
Inspection, so the inspection is 50 cited as A, B, C, and D, so that's, visually inspected, the maintenance inspection. You know,
And one scenario where I would personally ask for it is if I was looking at your extinguishers and I wasn't seeing these tags. You may take, if you didn't have your annual inspections certification on there, usually a lot of times the monthly's on the back. If I'm not seeing those tags on your extinguishers, I might ask you to provide me reference that you're doing. Otherwise, if the extinguisher during my inspection has all that information, I've got the record that I need.
Yeah, so hey, forgive me for being a little not even this, even though I've done this forever. What's the difference between, inspection and
Depends on how you do it.
I think you've seen how they do it. Look at it off, look at everything, yeah, but make sure that.
And like I said, that's not every extinguisher. Your CO2 extinguishers, they're different. They have to be weighed. That's a, your carbon deactivated units have to be taken apart and inspected inside. And, but a standard stored pressure unit like that, you can do it based on those guidelines there. In your spare time, I'll leave it, so. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the annual safety training. I think I've only done one in my 2 years here for the tourist thing. But this has been, an area where there's been a little confusion at a lot of times. If management and ownership is not there, a lot of the staff don't know where to find these records. And I understand there's a couple of lines we've dealt with where there are records at a main office somewhere. And one of the nuances to the rules we're under now is that we're gonna require you to keep those on site.
Or at least a copy of.
A copy, that's what I was getting here. It can be a digital copy.
3 years.
It can be just a copy machine. I don't care. And one of the communication issues is nobody knows where they're at. This is the ownership of the manager over there. It's not something that if I see it once this year, or when you do it this year, if I seen it once last year, I probably won't remember it. But if I go back and I look at our previous inspections, and that's an issue where I've been there 2 or 3 times and nobody can find the training there. It causes problems. So it's very frustrating. For you to have that someplace where all the employees can find it. It doesn't have to be posted for everybody to see, but as long as the employees know what's at. And you can provide it for them when they're doing something. Like I said, it's not gonna be something we do.
Yeah, it's an inspection of this change that previous guys about that.
At least for my figure, I'll maybe please check it to see if you're trying to understand.
I just want to see cameras that maybe they have.
Our training. I know I can do that.
Training files.
There's a reason.
You're due. You're gonna be due for it. We're already.
Any questions on the trade? This is an online form. I know a lot of you guys use the carbon copy. And I don't have any of those to issue out anymore. I don't know where you can get those. But if you go on www.mshot.gov, under forms and filing, scroll down to 5000-23. This is what you get.
But you're not requiring that, what do you mean?
We're not requiring
This is a suggestion.
In fact, You plagiarized one of these and made your own form. And then we might want to look.
Yeah.
Well,
Understand kind of like. They don't translate well.
No, that's a low.
People that are confused. Yeah, my definition for our city is an anything.
There's no underlying, you can't see any place that's a wood type of line. There's no place to put tourist lines.
Yeah, we just took one, Chris, widened out the end of stuff and added what we did for the, you know, tourist line and made Xerox copies and that's what.
See, I went the other direction. I'm up to 12 pages now. I want to get everything in there so that I've got a separate written record of training. This is what I expect to be done here on a regular basis, and it's signed by you. And if you're not doing it, I want to be able to show them. So yeah, I'm really going the other direction as far as complexity.
Right, task training and all that good stuff too.
No, it's basically a single document that I go with the people that goes down on everything that we've mentioned. That's why it's so lengthy. And then at the end of each page, I'm gonna have to literally sign it, and then I'm gonna have a trainer to sign it and date it in every single page. We did it.
So that's a lot of what is a little confusing because it is a multi-line form. The important to have training. Do minor training, you guys just do anything. And it's basically what, you guys cover the rules. Some of the orientation for your employees as to how they're gonna do their job. But the main thing is having a paper trail. If you don't have that, it's in place every year. That's kind of how you look at it. So any questions? Anybody got any issues with? Anybody got any issues with people not going out and fill them out? That's nothing else. We're happy to help with. Yeah. What is? Yeah, you can check out. You already talked about. You know, and really all we're looking for is an effective way to say that everybody within that line is now out of the. Because it came up, if something bad does, that's something that becomes a problem. What's in your emergency response plan that you're gonna be able to verify that everybody's out in the county? You all know what the muster point is, that's generally the place to do it. But, you know, as Tom mentioned, there are adventures out there, they like to wander. You know, we've seen that on, you know, some of our tours, maybe they weren't as structured as they should have been. But we had people wandering off, going off places they've never been, without gas detectors, without any means of protecting themselves. And, you know, we say it hasn't happened, and, you know, it's, we play the odds. And it's our job to see that you're not doing it. And that's kind of our expectation, it's just to be able to show us whatever system you use, and it sounds like these guys are kind of good. If you guys have questions about their digital system, I think it sounds like if you have that capability. I'm still old school, but I don't deal with 40, 50 tourists anymore either. You're gonna have to figure out what works for you, but this is where you guys get to put your head together. You gotta figure that out. Emergency response plans, another thing we look at. Most of you have that pretty well conspicuously posted where I can see it, when I come to do my inspection, where you know where it's at. Sometimes it's an issue like the training area. And I ask for something like that, and they go, what are you talking? Big shred. Well, make sure when you're doing your safety training or having us do it, this is something that you cover diligently. I think with the requirements of the rules, it's gonna be part of your instruction. Right? Your take on it, you present it how you want, but your emergency response plan, whatever your take on it. We wanna see contact lists. We've passed out some for the Department of Reclamation, Money and Safety today. And for most of you, local emergency medical services, law enforcement, that's a 911 call, right? We had a Tri-County Regional 911 center. Sometimes it was faster to call the local hospital. But if you have a local 911 center, that's usually the way to go. There should be management ownership numbers listed on there. They're not there all the time, right? But my address, this is something I like to see on the emergency contact list. It's not a requirement. But if you get an employee that calls 911, they say, what's your location? They go, we're up on the hill. Up the dirt road. Put your address, it's just something, it's a good reference, something nice to have over, it's just a recommendation. So we like to think about worst cases. Emergency evacuation procedures, whatever that is for you. You know? In the event of an emergency, you will follow your tour guide out of the mine. It doesn't have to be complicated. In the event of a power outage, things like that. Reasons for evacuation. Loss of ventilation. Loss of power. Illness or injury. You have procedures in place on paper that you're training your employees on how to use.
In hunting, we sometimes use trail markers and there was those little reflective packs. I was thinking about putting maybe them on the tires. You know what I mean? Like your brake.
Reflectors are great. We use them a lot in coal. I've got about 36 years in coal. I've seen them a lot in coal. You can hang them in your escape ways so that nobody sees them going in the mine, but everybody sees them going out. That's cool. It's a tactile indicator. You're going the right direction to get out of the mine. They're waiting for the sign. Even by a roll of reflective tape, they're hanging on the string. Yeah, that wouldn't work so good. That's good ventilation. I guess it's probably sit there and spin. But, you know, any questions you have, you know, we'll offer some suggestions. Your mind maps, most of them are pretty simple. A lot of them I see are not real complex. Some places like the Last Chance, one of those other ones where you are going down different areas, going through crosscuts, times change directions, it's not a straight shot. Not many of your tourists probably even know how to read them. Some that might, but they should be current. When you guys have to review them every year, you have to submit them every year. Be kind of in their head. Here. Other records for consideration, some of the stuff that's listed in the rules may not apply to you guys. I don't think a lot of you are using it globally. They were talking about use of explosives at the Lebanon during non-tourist seasons to tie into another mine, but I don't know anybody here that's using it right now. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
That's not correct.
I have ATF county state. Okay. Yeah, but I rarely have to use it to tour part of this. So
for you guys, I mean, this is me. The only thing I would probably look at is your inventory.
There is a very extensive, both ETFM and the state oil and public safety require very extensive inventories. They count every couple of years and sometimes it can.
I'm not very more than every couple of years. I'm not very more than every couple of years.
Yeah, I know, but the bottom line is that it's quite a task to keep on. They don't, you don't have to.
Inventory.
Right, you don't, it's quite extensive. You don't have to use explosives, don't. It's a pain in the butt.
What do we need from that?
Yeah, I'm licensed to kind of.
We haven't been
pretty diligent.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
I know.
on voice records, I don't think we have anybody here that relates to that. I think it's one of those things that's applicable. We will be looking at those records. Right now, I think there's only one and they're not operational. Pre-operational inspection. It's not something I've accustomed to asking for. And it's not something that's, you really have to be that diligent about by law. If you don't find anything wrong, there's nothing says you have to fill out a pre-operational check. But how do I know you're doing it? And generally, I'm, as an inspector, and I might get corrected on this, but as an inspector, I don't look at pre-op checks unless I find defects. If I'm looking at your mobile equipment and I find a pre-op defect, I may ask for a pre-operational check. And it's not that I'm gonna cite you for not doing it. But I want you guys to think about that. If you had a defect, and it wasn't in your records that you found it or corrected it, who's the liability for? I mean, you understand, pre-op checks, maintenance records, why they're important, you get it for your protection. That shows somebody like me or somebody at the federal level that you're making the effort, that you're doing your pre-op checks, that you're making repairs when you need to. If you don't have a record of that, it never happened. You're not doing it. That's how they see that. And again, I'm not gonna bug anybody for not putting something down on the pre-op check if they don't find anything wrong. You don't have to have a record of that. But it is a record that you're actually doing it. That's my thing. This is where I expected to raise a little contention. You're awful quiet.
We're listening.
So typically in an operating line, your pre-op for a machine is like a card or something. That's like a checklist. In the glove box, the pickup or whatever. And then we have on the general inspection form that we get from you guys, it might have a line about mobile equipment and, well, is that considered the pre-op, or should we really consider having a document that's on the piece of machinery or in the shop or somewhere, separate from that sort of general form that's got everything listed?
I don't imagine most of you do anything as formal as filling out a maintenance request when something's broke. Right? Usually it's your guides who figure it out. And you're not typically doing pre-op checks during your mining examination, are you?
We're generally, you're supposed to check mobile equipment, but we don't have a separate record of checking the mobile equipment for you. Other than what's on it.
Jason,
Daily
rule 9.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's an ad, so yeah, Hank's right. So rule 9, equipment and machinery requirements, and before I get into that, I encourage you guys, once you get the rule, to go through, and if you can, I don't know if the red lines are showing on our website, but it's really helpful to go through that red line document that was submitted to the Secretary of State. And identify exactly what changed in the rule, but this rule, it's ruling line parent two, there was an addition to that rule, so it's mobile equipment. The old rule, mobile equipment to be used during a shift shall be inspected by the equipment operator before being placed in operation on that shift. Defects of any equipment, machinery, or tools that affect safety shall be corrected in a timely manner. Then we added defects on self-propelled mobile equipment affecting safety, which are not corrected immediately, shall be reported to and reported by the tourist mine owner operator. Those records shall be kept at the mine from the date of the defect until the defects are corrected. So that would be the record that you're looking at. So if you're going out on a piece of machinery and you find a defect, memorialize that, keep a record of it. That way, when Hank and those guys go out there and they see that something's down or something had a defect, they identify and there's a record of it and can look at it. That would be the record that we're looking at.
And out of service tag.
Yes,
That's what I imagine, like you just hang something on the
Exactly.
handle and.
Yeah.
the wheel,
Yep. That's all we would, that's all we'd be.
And then it's removed when it's fixed, and then no record after
Exactly.
such receipts or.
Well, you do want a record that you fixed it when you do get it.
Okay, so more extensive, just keep records of whatever.
Yeah, just replace
Throw it in
it
a
or
book.
whatever it is. You have a date, that says you fix it when you did it. Coincides with when you put it in service. That's covering your back. Okay. That's really all I have. I just wanted to say, in the 2 years I've been doing this, the strides you guys have made, a lot of you were proactive about these rules when you first heard about them. The changes you made, the work you've already put in, does not go unnoticed, and we really appreciate it. I know how busy you guys get. I know these little things, these little time consuming things, you keep putting them back, and then it's crunch time, and I know that a lot of you have been really proactive.
For small businesses in Colorado.
So, thank you. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, we appreciate the collaboration on this. I mean, these rules weren't only put in place to help us and the state, but also for you guys. I mean, that's why it's such a collaborative effort, was to find out exactly what you guys want from the rules that would benefit you and protect you in turn.
I know we're way past noon now. All right, well. Thank you. Lunch is here, and then once we get done with lunch, we can. I'm assuming we probably just head up or.
I think so.
Okay, we just head up and do a quick like. Hey, Ken. Hey, just let me know we're done. We're done.
Hey, Kim, it's Cammy. Hey, are you guys done with the meeting? Yes. Okay, so I can. Should I go ahead and I can go ahead and end the meeting? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I didn't see her. I didn't have that phone on me, so I had this one on me.